20th of August. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going very poggy. That's for sure. So what did happen here? Not recommended, but can't recommend though. Thumbnail costs more than your entire game, you think so? Kinda doubt it, kinda doubt it. It doesn't seem that crazy. 12 characters? Well, not really. They all share the same card pool, all of them. Siltaner, eh? Light and dark alignments, and this doesn't affect the events, nor are the alignments permanent. Go down a dark path or one of good, and have altered the events. So basically out of them, the combat mechanics that they call alignment. And now people not happy that it doesn't work as alignment would be expected to work, I guess. Mental cards and playing cards. Okay, the mental cards and playing cards. Gimmick, but it's half-baked. A fire shield of 10 and get attacked by a normal card of attack of 5. Have 5 shield. They're attacked by water with a 5, it has 200% buff and breaks the shield. If you attack fire with nature, it will do half damage. Sadly, that's about it. Card synergies as well, there are. With the so few cards, it gets old fast. Huh? What do you even, like, what else do you even want there? That's like, that was the point. Narrative, a cool narrative for each character motivation, why they traverse the map, can even fight the other 12 characters on the map. Cool as this is, it's not that deep, every enemy fights you for a reason if you read the encounter, but you always have to fight. No dark light alignment factions, raids, or RPG stats that enable you to you a chance to alter the battle encounter. No relics or permanent progression. That actually kinda is true. Like, you have some buffs that you get there, I think. I don't remember. Were they actually relics? Like, there were some buffs you were getting, but they're usually not permanent, but just for some amount of turns. Actually, weren't there some relics? I don't remember, actually. I'm trying to remember what I had. Like, I had the cards that build. But I don't remember whether the relics or not. Maybe actually they weren't. And no meta progression. No metagame unlockable aside from the characters. Have a unique run with relics or stats, always the same. I mean, you can build different with cards though. It depends on what character you get. Including the map. Now find the best route and then rinse and repeat. Not enough RNG, yeah? Ebo. If people get like RNG, then they get mad that the game is too RNG heavy. And they just losing to some bad RNG. Then you have everything under control and it's too bad because there is no RNG. Potential could rival Slay the Spire's unique deck builder if the dev expands upon this amazing skeleton of a game. So like, a brother just basically kind of like complained about RPG mechanics. Like light and dark alignments is like not baked, not cooked enough. Elemental cards not kinda cooked enough. Narrative is not good enough apparently. And then still goes like, well, it's kind of like Slay the Spire competitor potentially. So like, dude, you kind of like, if you go with like RPG, go full on, you know. Go through window hello. It's like you basically kind of like you need to hit both. Like I thought he will like complain in the end that it's like, you know, not a good RPG because it kind of calls itself even, right? The RPG deck building roguelike. And then they would kind of like, well, it's not RPG enough, but the deck building is good. Yeah, but they complain about both in the end, eh? Card game that takes inspiration from Slay the Spire, alright. Keyboard shortcuts is the pros, and 12 characters to try and unlocked after reaching certain points of map. Sound effects basic, same price as Slay the Spire, but lacks balance and is complete RNG to get a strong deck. So complete RNG and not enough RNG. Alright, there we go. A deck synergy is 2 luck based. Starting deck will change based on elements enemies beaten, and class identity becomes irrelevant based on random cards added to deck. I mean, it kind of depends on the class though. Like I played the Dwarf. Dwarf has like elemental cards discount, the normal cards plus 1 price. So you obviously don't want to pick any normal cards and you kind of want to get elemental ones. So I don't know. Too many fights needed to reach final boss. Takes 1 hour or longer to beat 3 bosses. One final boss and you're required to go through at least 15 fights. Huh? 1 hour longer to beat 3 bosses. 1 final boss. And you're required to go through at least 15 fights. I don't get this one. Yeah, too many fights takes 1 hour in Logan to beat. Like, I think I played for 1.8 hours and I didn't even like get, well, not to the final boss for sure. I did kill a few like kind of mini bosses, I guess, or light enemies, but not the final boss, that's for sure. Actually, maybe I didn't get the 3 ones, but I died to something dumb in the end. Like I had a different problem with the game. Easy difficulty was not easy. Reach final boss on 2 different runs, but lost to higher health and debuffs during the fight. Over 250 health and you only have 70-80. Only. Blessings similar to relics from Slay the Spire, but they are not permanent. They usually last only 4 battles, and this defeats the purpose of having or buying them. And I kinda agree, that felt kinda lame to have the buffs only for like a short amount of battles, and that also kinda like makes you, you know, like being like, should I get it now and waste it on some regular fights? Or should I plan my path so I use those buffs on like the strong enemies, you know, and that kind of stuff, and that just like limits you basically. I like permanent relics more. A debuff permanently added to the deck. To remove them you need to spend 50 gold or play the debuff card to take damage. Need to constantly block or to prevent enemies from adding debuff cards to the deck. I mean, that's kind of like curses in Slay the Spire in a way. Progression is limited. Beating certain amount of enemies does not unlock stronger cards or bonuses. Takes too long to beat a run. And not enough card variety combos to be exciting. Restarting a run without upgrading cards or bonuses is frustrating. Damn son. Too long because takes an hour. Yeah, like you get in the RPG there, like well, this guy came from the perspective of Slay the Spire here, clearly. I wonder if anyone had the complaints that I had. Incredibly boring game. 3 elements and attack or block with those. Watch numbers go up and down. There doesn't seem to be much else here. Isn't this like kinda any game then? Could be pissed it's too short, yeah. I guess maybe some like other languages there or something. It does have, yeah, translations. Ah, I see. Maybe translations were automated and stuff. Or something. Because looks like all these are not happy. A lot of hours in, actually, too. So maybe that's not translation. Yeah, so that kind of is a problem, I guess, with having the hybrid of like RPG and deck builder, maybe, because yeah, it clearly seems like a lot of people coming expecting like Slay the Spire mold because, you know, it's too long and everything. People that come expecting RPG molded sub mechanics are not that good. See what others say. There are some kind of like valid things for sure about this one. Like sound effects, I don't remember. Price, I can see that. I can see that. A balance and complete RNG to get a strong deck. Oh, dude. Oh, he actually had that. Oh, yeah, it's the different guys. Yeah. So this one, complete RNG here. And another one said there is not enough RNG there. All right. A deck synergy is too log based. I mean, isn't it kind of like mostly somewhat the same? Like, isn't like in Slay the Spire basically on the high end, you also kind of like pretty much just hoping for some good things to roll, and then that you can, you know, like remove enough cards and pick the cards you need to get some sort of like synergy going. Like, I don't think it's actually like really that unique to this game. Same guy complains about the deck synergy. Well, the thing is like this the thing, like the deck synergies, like you need to pick the combo cards. I don't know if it's that hard really. Like I had the combo going. Like my problem with the game was basically that the game has durability mechanic for the cards, which is kind of probably goes in the same bucket as having, you know, blessings, limited for amount of fights. It's just like making the cards not permanent. Like you play the card, durability goes down. And I had the build going that was based around basically kind of like tanking. Like I was building up armor, tanking stuff, and then at some point I was getting the combo, which was like pretty much one card that I had that was dealing amount of like either slowly kind of like hitting enemy with like the weaker attacks that I still had. Applying some poison I had too while tanking, and then I had the card that deals like damage based on the amount of armor I have, which was actually like a lot of damage. Like if the main boss is like 250 health, like I could like with one card get like third of it, no problems basically, if the combo was doing good. So like I don't really see that being that big of a problem, those HPs. If you have the combos going, if you're not PPG, you probably will. But yeah, my problem was that combo lost all the durability in the end, because all the fights were taking a while, because you're just tanking and slowly, you know, like grinding the foes down. So you use a lot of cards in the fight, right? With not a lot of output, basically. And at some point I realized that, you know, like that combo card that was launching all my defenses and attack, it already PP-poofed because durability went out. And I just had like a few like very little attack skills that just weren't, you know, enough to pretty much just kind of like destroy enemies. Like theoretically, I could even end up with like just wasting durability on all my cards because it's just taking forever to beat those enemies. So yeah, I kind of encountered that balance issue, I guess, in a way. Which, I mean, the dev in chat said that they haven't seen any playtesters try the, you know, the defense build. So I guess no one really saw that in action, the situation with the card durability just PP-poofing while you're fighting. That was my issue. Debuffs permanently added to the deck to remove, you need to play them and stuff. That's the curses, and at least you can still play them and remove them. Otherwise, that's kind of curses in Slay the Spire. Even though I guess I can see it being a bit annoying. In Slay the Spire, I think it sometimes was even kind of worse, because like the status cards that you get from enemies attacking you, they only last for the fight, but during that fight you can't really do much with them sometimes. And you also get the curses, but yeah, you don't really get the curses from enemies attacking you, so kinda agree. It would be nice if they would be clearing after the fight. The progression is limited. I mean, it's the RPG, man. You just finish the game, you know. It's also kind of funny because like Slay the Spire doesn't really have that stuff either. Like the only meta progression in Slay the Spire is that you unlock kind of like, you know, like more like cards and relics that you will be able to encounter on your runs. But that just kind of becomes at some point already like doesn't really matter because you have a lot already. So like you barely even notice it later. And other than that, your runs are kind of the same, except for like this, at the start you get to pick some reward, right? Like some extra relic or some extra card, or like, you know, like first 3 fights with 1 HP, that kind of stuff. How's it going, Zappers? The wrong button. Monkeys. They're never lucky, man. Never lucky. Going to review the reviews. Well, I mean, we can check, yeah, if it will be something like, you know, thing going on, why not? Is the game similar to his, and like interesting to see what's happening with this one, because I kind of found it fine. Like I think the game was alright, but yeah, 25 bucks or whatever for this might be actually a bit too steep. But a lot of criticism I just don't get, man. It's like it's kind of like, you know, like combo of like roguelike and RPG, and people either expect like full-on RPG or full-on roguelike, you know. I don't get it really. Like one says like too short, another says like too long, but in the same time also like it's limited on what you do. Well, that's the thing, it's long, so you kind of do a long playthrough and then you're done with the game. Done. Can you imagine that concept? 25 for Slay the Spire is fine, but for not Slay the Spire is not okay. Yeah, it's kind of the same as like, you know, sure, like Adidas or something can charge for their pants or whatever, you know, like 80 bucks or something. If you're a no name, you probably shouldn't like charge for your pants 80 bucks because no one's gonna buy that shit. The same stuff, man, the same stuff. It's kinda the same in a way if you think about it. Now this one was like great and metagame framing actually. The fuck? And people are complaining that there's no metagame outside of unlocking new characters. And this guy says metagaming is great actually. 3 elements attack a block with those. Watch numbers go up and down. Doesn't seem to be much else here. What a review, man. Golden. Yeah, as I said, like there are combos. Like I had this, like the build up defense. There's multiple ways and different types to ways to get that defense up, and then you use defense as a fence, basically, you know. Yeah, metagame I think was basically just unlocking new characters. Which, yeah, I don't know, I played one. I picked the dwarf, and that was kind of like, I don't know, I think it was alright. Like the dwarven passive at least was like synergizing with a lot of stuff I was getting pretty well, so... Like it makes you, it gives you a type you want to kind of like pick and build. Don't know about other classes, maybe other classes are not that crazy, you know, like exclusive in how you build them and everything. Yeah, but in case of dwarf, you really wanted to build it in some specific way, because other way just not effective. I mean, you literally just like pay more mana for using the cards that are not, you know, your type. And then, yeah, I guess, like, the price basically kind of stopped a lot of people. And then you don't get the 10 reviews, and then, yeah, then an algorithm never really picks you up. Unlucky, man. Unlucky. But yeah, durability system was quite something, though. In my case, at least, it was. So I wasn't really a huge fan of that, but that was because of the build I ended up with, kind of like more fundamental issues I had with this mostly was the blessings, because they are limited in terms of amount of combat you use those blessings at. Like you don't feel, you know, the same thrill as like getting all the relics and stuff and some sort of build going. Oh, the sticker price of 25 is worth you beaming about. I mean, 20 is still kind of quite a bit, though, I have to say. The original price is kind of alright, I guess, though. Our original price is kind of alright. Oh, yeah, price probably was kind of quite a big factor there. I would say. It's time to release Zoltan. It is time. Time to check it out, man. But yeah, I think the price and the fact that there were some negative things going on, and you need to keep track of, you know, people leaving negative there. One of them was actually curator or something with a received for free. So probably not the best one. Probably not the best one. Probably don't understand how this genre you are also trying to make works, really. Yes, you thought I see. Can sell below when you are on the odds and spending. Alright. I mean, if you think about it, yeah, nowadays it's kind of like 20 is already like when you hear when like the hacker says that you know, like the minimal salary already becomes like 13 euro per hour or something, you know, then you kind of start thinking that 20 is maybe like not that crazy for the game that you're gonna be playing for a while, really. But we still have, you know, the associations and stuff in our heads. Like for me, it's still kind of I see prices like that. For me, it's still chunky. Even then you kind of realize that maybe it's already, you know, like nowadays it's a little different. Yeah, it's a little different. It's sum of money already. The game is below 20 bucks, don't even make it? Damn, son. How about all the super small games and everything there? How about that? Yeah, regional pricing is a puzzle, eh? $6 for his special cup of coffee. How much is that nowadays? I mean, yeah. That's actually not even expensive. For Netherlands, I would say that's actually cheap, dude. That's cheap. Like we paid with Della like I think €5 or something in 2019 for a cup of coffee. And I remember we got like some like to try some like Dink special one, and that was like almost €10 or something. Like here you still kind of pay like in dollars basically you pay here like $4 I think here, which is a lot. €4 even for the shitty coffee, yeah. Like here it's basically, well, it's not gonna be shitty here, but yeah, that's kind of like what you can expect here. 40 cents in the coffee from the vending machine. I mean, you go to Armenia, you can get like just plain black coffee for how much was it? 200? Oh, was it 100 dirham? Actually, I don't remember. I wanted to try, but I never got around to it. We're gonna get an encore there, so I probably will. I don't remember if it was 100 or 2. Like 50 cents, yeah, you get yourself 25, 50 cents, you get yourself the cup of pure black coffee there. $360 out of that for just labor. I mean, depends. Coffee nowadays is also kinda, you know, labor rent for sure, but the coffee is also getting kinda not very cheap, I would say. If you want some decent one, of course. For like some like little cheaper Robusta or something, it's still kinda more or less accessible, acceptable. Let's make your own, same. But sometimes I grab some. I like trying it in different places sometimes. In different countries, I guess, nowadays, let's put it that way. It's nice, it's interesting. Yeah, buy bulks for them is fairly cheap, I mean, true. But yeah, like, the small games kind of like making it somehow. It's just that the problem is like if you go in small without the expenses on the user acquisition and everything, then you pretty much just kind of down to your luck, sort of. And whoever will decide to cover your game and bring the audience in, that's it. With the odds, you kind of have a little more control, but I guess you also kind of can get a bunch more PPGs. To be honest, I just roll the dice, yeah. True. Restaurants and fast food chains are having a hard time. Yeah, they're expensive, yeah, they are. Oh, they are. Here, for example, they are very expensive. The coffee is usually kind of cheap there, though. Somewhat. But it's also not really that good. I mean, yeah, if you consider that you need to pay like your workers like $13 an hour, and you in Netherlands, right? Then yeah, you can imagine probably how much that the burger will cost. But yeah, rolling the dice indeed. With advertisement, I don't know, man. I don't know. Still cheap as fuck coffee because now on scale bugs. It depends on, as I said, like Armenia, for example, too. You can get coffee super cheap. If it's just like plain black coffee, it's gonna be cheap. You want like, you know, cappuccino or something like that, that's gonna be more. But yeah, that's the thing. Like when it becomes like, you know, the staple for the people, is gonna be cheap. Like people not gonna, you know, not gonna have it if it's gonna get expensive. It's the same like the bread in Armenia, for example, is the fixed price. Here in Georgia, for example, like the hinkali were fixed price. They used to be like 1 lari and 1 hinkali. Doesn't work like this already anymore, sadly. The inflation got them. But like bread is more or less the same price, and same in Armenia, like 100 dram, pretty much like no matter what. Just your regular like matnakash, you know, flat bread, it's gonna be 100 dram, like 25 cents basically. $9 per coffee, not bad. 20 for game, insane. Yeah. And that's because also like we still have like the old, you know, prices kind of stuck in our heads and stuff. And because, you know, games are kind of like still that like entertainment thing that you kind of like don't prioritize over like food and other things, even though like obviously coffee is not even like also some priority thing for you, but still. A beer 370, cola 320. That's why like when I was like traveling anywhere, like I never like got any like soda or something in the cafes, because what's the point? Like why would they get like a bottle of like Coke or something when for that money I can get like beer? I'd just rather drink beer. Go cheaper, sign with the publisher. Yeah, I mean it's in general the case. I feel it's in general the case. You know, just drink water. Well, in some places you can get the water for free anyway, so might as well. Might as well. Same can of Coke will cost you €1 in the supermarket, but the beer will still cost kind of like €2 or something. That's like, you know, the more of like the value thing. And water tends to be €2 at restaurants. Yep, there you go. Like here you go. Like here, for example, no matter what you get, it's still gonna be 3 lari, which is like $1. If it will be beer, soda, some mineral water like Barzomi or something is gonna be 3 lari. So here I actually like it. Here I actually don't mind, you know, like I want to drink something, I just gonna get something, you know. No matter what. Can get some beer, can get some soda or something. Local soda is really good actually too, and local beer is actually also good, and mineral water is amazing here. So yeah. Let's say restaurant. Yeah, restaurant is also kind of, you know, very blanket definition, let's put it that way. If I take restaurant, that I don't even remember when I was in one. I guess in Armenia. In the fish one, I guess you could say. Probably. I don't know if it will even... maybe I guess you can consider that a restaurant. Anything else is more like kind of like canteen or cafe, I guess it would be considered maybe, or something. Some local one. Near the house, the one we go into, for example. To grab some food at reasonable prices. Couple times a week. Are you going cheaper with the publisher signing up? That's the normal, it seems like. That seems like the normal way to do it nowadays. There's just a lot of competition and not enough money going around. Or yeah, how did they say like recently? You either like be the first, or you need to be the first, or you need to be the best. If you get into some niche. If you're not worth the odd cost. I mean, kinda, but depends on the publisher, though. Like, I think there is a lot of publishers now that they kind of go. I think I have an article, but I think I did have that one. That they are going for the niches and everything now. So they kind of like focus on the similar games. So basically, it just opens them, you know, like this like avenue to just sort of like cross promote their stuff and everything. So instead of kind of like the need to advertise something, they just like can take some of the smaller ones and everything and kind of like more risky ones without spending money in them, just because they can use their kind of name as the publisher in their niche. Good ones will refuse, bad ones will snap you on Steam with no ad spend. It really depends, though. It really depends. Like, I sometimes see, like, again, even like with the Hooded Horse and stuff, like, you see some like games that you're like, damn, how did they find that, man? Where did they find that? And like, then, like, quite, you know, like, very indie-looking stuff there is there. Indie game published by Sega ended up with 14 reviews. True. Yeah, happens. That happens. Oh, that can happen. A launch with no wish lists, I see. I mean, maybe there is a different business plan for that one later too. Maybe they're just gonna like add it to their like value proposition with some like giga bundles and some other stuff, and just like get some money out of that. Could be something like that. And there's the legendary Skull and Bones, the mixed reviews. Well, at least it has more players than Concord, so that's something. That's something, you know. They already got an achievement there, at least. It doesn't cost what they're asking for it. Quadruple A game that has less content to play than many indie games nowadays. Said dude who played 33 hours almost in this. That sounds like a cool story, man. And without PvP, you're left doing mindless fetch quests. The 5 hours in. To be honest, like the start is dog shit though. Like that starting sequence and stuff in the game that probably turned away like so many people instantly. Just going for that like little boat and stuff and just like running on some like running to get some quests done. It is like it doesn't show you what you're gonna be doing for like 99.9% of the game. It's literally just like a thing you just do there and then you never return. Unless maybe you want to do some like hunting quests later and you're gonna hold back on that boat or something. I don't know if anyone does. Ubisoft account, understandable. Understandable. Many designs clunky and irritating. Still, can track multiple missions and missions objectives at once. Yeah, that shipwreck part is complete garbage. Like they should just like scrap the whole, you know, like little boat completely from the game. I feel because it doesn't have, you know, this like kind of progression and the feeling when you kind of, you know, like do this little boat, right, and like do things with that little boat. I don't know, like some like fucking smuggling or something, right? So you kind of like go up in the ranks of the pirate, right, or some stuff. Like it doesn't have this like story from rags to riches that much, because you literally just like do a little bit on that boat and then like boom, you're already on the proper ship, and then you progress proper ships and you forget about that boat completely. So why even have it there? Just kind of like advertises the gameplay. Pretty bad gameplay, by the way, that you're not even going to be doing anyway. A decent game at best. Storyline, yeah, who cares? Always online game as multiplayer game, live service. So of course it plays like a mobile arcade game. Okay, I guess. And no on-the-ground combat or shipboarding combat at all. That's what you are looking for to avoid this game like the plague. People still looking for it somehow in this game though. But not fun and runs poorly. The sun. People still telling themselves Black Flag when buying it? Yep. That is the same stuff. Stuck in driving mode with the ability to shoot cannons from different viewpoint. Purely naval combat, and unfortunately the story dialogue and missions provided not strong enough to be only a naval combat. I have requested a refund. Like I don't know, like it's out for so long. Like why people didn't like really get any, you know, didn't even look on the Steam page maybe or something. No single player as advertised. Huh? Have to wait in the matchmaking queue for other players and you never get connected. The fuck are you about, dude? They delay matchmaking queue till you get close to 2-hour mark so you can get a refund from Steam, and then you are stuck with this piece of shit. The fuck? What was this guy taking, eh? Connect the service which doesn't seem to be working. I guess they managed to actually even like didn't expect that people actually will be buying it on Steam, so it actually died on launch, I guess. Ships with stamina bar. I read that one. Couldn't download, read that one. Ubisoft connected to human rights violation. Not a huge fan of those, like multiple launchers for sure. Age of Sail ships with basically miniguns. And I mean, that's kind of the fun part about it, like all the magical shit and then things happening. Based on something that saw 10 years ago, yeah. "40 minutes extra spoiler and skippable bonus cutscenes, intro 2-minute taste of gameplay. Sudden matchmaking for 40 minutes. Okay, so there were issues with servers, seems like massive. Dude, fucking idiots. How you fuck that up? I think that actual release after the beta was smooth though, wasn't it? So that's, I assume, is probably what you get when you try to have like both, you know, Steam and Ubisoft launcher. 5 crashes in 75 minutes. You expected concepts from Assassin's Creed Black Flag, don't get this, dude. Another one. A loading screen matchmaking 41 minutes, I see. And the positive, far from perfect, but I do enjoy it, I guess. Advertised to be single player. Did they? I don't get it. Where did they see that? The fuck did you even like find that? The single player. Naval Online Action RPG. They advertised that way back. I think it's probably like the same case as with the like the Fallout 76, wasn't it? Where people were like, can you play it alone? Yeah, sure you can. And everyone, oh, it's single player. And in fact, it's just like, yeah, you can just like run on your own and do things on your own. But that doesn't mean that you're gonna be on your own, you know, a single player server. Single player with multiplayer PvP, I see. The RPG, yeah. So yeah, that is quite interesting. And it's still performing better than Conquer, though. Give them that. Give them that. Yeah, a lot of these are kind of like the early game stuff and everything. And I think a lot of them, like, yeah, literally like the very first segment of the game is dog shit. Like when you get later and you fight bosses and stuff, you know, that is kind of alright. If you're into this online, you know, kind of like live service grind. It's not bad, huh? And I think the end game is kinda improved now. But the problem is it still has some issues, and the amount of content that they keep adding is minuscule. It's like literally drip feeding the content, and I think it's the content they pretty much like cut from release, because there's, I think still, I guess, maybe they kind of slowly introducing it. But on release, there was just a huge chunk of map just literally cut there from the map, like with invisible walls. Huh? And now that I assume they're just gonna be adding all that stuff slowly. So yeah, it's kinda PPG that way. But yeah, it's like for like $20 or something. Nah, probably still too much, I would say. If it would be free to play or like some dirt cheap stuff, then I could recommend. It's actually kind of fun for some time. I did play a bunch. But 20, I mean, kind of maybe already, but yeah. I did play a bunch and I don't feel like returning whatsoever. Like the old end game was dog shit. The old game was complete shit. Like this, the dude mentioning the fetch quest, he haven't seen fetch quests. Like the end game was like one huge fucking fetch quest that you just repeat again and again and again, multiple times a day. That was super bad, and that's when I quit. Yeah, like people comparing to Sea of Thieves, they probably don't remember or maybe weren't around when Sea of Thieves was out. Like the you know, people posting Omega Lul Sea of No content in Twitch chat, that was completely normal back then. So it's kind of easier to compare when it's already, you know, that many years in the making. I wouldn't say there's any new content. Yeah, that's the problem too. Like there is a solid amount of the content, really. But the problem is they didn't add anything new, really. They just reskinned some bosses, added maybe a couple of new ones now. Like the Megalodon is in, right, I guess? And like the Dragon now also, whatever. But other than that, first season was like the recolor of the fucking Crocodilo. And everything else was pretty much the same as in the beta. So like amount of content is kind of small. Yeah, the new boss, they released zero FR skins, I see. Developing and doing things with the game. Well, this guy's not jumping ship yet, but I do kind of feel that they plan to. Maybe I'm wrong though, but I kind of feel like the seasons that they got and everything, and how like weak they are in terms of amount of stuff they add. I feel like it's just kind of like they just like, you know, doing the mandatory, like keeping it afloat for like 1 year of content, maybe like 2 years or something, and then they just like piecing out. I could see that happening because they were on contract with like some governments even for this game. So they can't just like, you know, they couldn't cancel it. They couldn't like after release be like, well, yeah, it kind of didn't go that well, so sorry, we are out. So they still need to probably maintain some sort of like obligations and keep it afloat for some time. So they plan like 1 year of content, which does feel like it's the content that was supposed to be on release, but they just like cut it and now adding it slowly as seasons. Because like from the beta, even kind of early-ish beta to the new beta and to the release, there was pretty much nothing on it. It was literally the same build pretty much as in the beta. And then first season on top of that just added like one like kind of like ship boss, right? One recolor monster boss. And some like different, you know, like weapons that installed on enemy ships with like different flags and stuff. That's pretty much it, I think. Yeah, beta into release was nothing. So, kind of weird, eh? In charge of Concord starting tomorrow, how would I try to improve things? Make it free to play? Probably. I see that that's the only way I can see that. And just make it free to play, but then the question is how will you monetize that? But I think it's still, you know, like if it's not getting any money, at least, you know, let it make some like players and numbers, I guess, for you, since it's already done. Cape Shebek. Kept switching the Grand Division every year. They were actually, in that sense, they were actually good because like they showed it to people. People were like, nah, mate, that's bad. And they reworked it. Like they acted on feedback, they changed things. Otherwise we would get the way worse thing, you know. Conquered also isn't available in 175 countries. Yep. Like I can't even like check the reviews for it, for example, from here without VPN and stuff. Like it's not here. There you go. The PSN account, yeah. That's exactly the case there. It's the greet your agent, by the way. Hello, sir. Lydium, hello. And the core keeper. What else there? The front. Scum. Oh, Ukrainian Games Festival, there's the sand there probably, right? Or wasn't it? Or they didn't dot it here. Codex 3 is good stuff. Codex is good series. Yeah, there's sand, I see. The spotlight, that's the one. Did not have any Steam page still? Dude, I read that wrong, man. I read that wrong there. But you like scroll down there. That one is ding. That one they announced a while ago, actually. Like I later realized what you meant. And what kind of sand. I think that one we've seen before. Hey, Ostrov is nice too. Obviously all the stalkers and stuff. There it is. Oh, Jitter is also Ukrainian, nice. Jitter also looks nice. The one that's sacred linked, where is it? There it is. And the artificial intelligence of a spaceship. And the shareholder value there. Could be, could be. I know they can get the money though. That's the thing also, you know, like they at some point they kind of become not exactly the kind of, you know, like the creators, the artists, they become like, you know, the business that needs to make money. Not even just from the shareholder and like, you know, like the investor point of view, but just from the fact that there's like, you know, like thousands of people working and stuff. And if you kind of like start going full Ken Levine or something, you know, like, let's try it this way. Nah, doesn't work. Redo it completely, you know. And you can't afford that anymore when you have thousands of people going. Even Ken Levine in the end got fucked and was kind of forced into, you know, finally announcing something. So they like find something that actually works. And then they try to grind it into the dust completely. Ain't a good thing. Ain't a good thing. I do agree. But yeah, that's basically how it goes there nowadays, I feel. Unfortunately. Yeah, that one I think they announced a while ago. I just remembered because yeah, that's the one with Ukrainian voiceover. I remember. I think it's PvE. Explore fallen planet of Sophie. Gigantic tramplers and conquer a hostile environment. Anomalies, monuments, and other players. Yes, I'm not sure how the extraction part works here. How long the runs will be. Playtest on the PvP, I see. I can join this. Oh, is it the NDA though? Summer to early in the fourth quarter 2024. A limited number of people. Doesn't really say. Haven't said anything about NDA, yeah. Doesn't say so. Well, we'll see. The tiny build that I think they were contacting me about some stuff. See, maybe they will. Maybe we'll check it out. Who knows? The industry to collide. Damn son. Yes, they I just wonder how long the matches and stuff are, because that kind of does seem like a lot of, commitment to the match and extraction game when you need to build stuff and walk around, explore stuff. And then if you die, lose everything. That sounds like quite something. Hellcard on sale. Played the demo recently, the DLC that they made recently. It's good stuff. Mafia Trilogy on sale too. Yeah, that was already like the video game crash back then, yeah. We'll see him. We'll see if that's possible again. Yes, you say very right. The value. The glorious regional pricing. I mean, that's the thing. Not a lot of AAA ones actually want to go to mobile. I think Crash will be kind of a little different though than it was before. If anything, it will be kind of like creative Crash, I feel. Which we're already seeing and getting. As in, like, everyone just, like, sticking to some super safe, picks and everything. It's gonna be, like, remaster galore. It's gonna be the sequel, prequel, spin-off galore. Ubisoft, actually. Ubisoft is actually doing smart about that, to be honest. Like, I give them props. Well, first I give them props because they kinda do a sort of good thing, I have to say. Another props is that they're smart about it. Because they already started working on those franchises that are laying around there and just giving them to small studios, that's it. They did it with Prince of Persia, and that did go generally, I think, kind of okay. The Rogue Prince of Persia. Now they're doing it with Heroes of Might and Magic. So, like, the fans are happy because they finally get another game. Potentially decent game. Ubisoft happy because they're gonna get their stonks from this one, no matter what. I mean, they don't. I'm like, I don't know. Did they run a lot of advertisements for Rogue Prince of Persia? Because I don't really think so. They did outreach to content creators, but I was contacted by Evil Empire. I wasn't contacted by Ubisoft or someone, I think. So, like, developers were doing that, not the Ubisoft. So I think they mostly kind of like, hands-off approach there, sorta. They just give you the franchise and stuff, and yeah, you go, you show them. So for them, it's like kind of like pretty much zero investment, and at least some gain. If you market hard enough, people will like it. I mean, the thing is, like, the games they make, not all of them are bad. You know, they are super safe. They're super like lukewarm and stuff. They are very samey and everything, but not necessarily bad. Like the worst case, they run like shit. You know, that happens, sure. So like that's actually exactly the case right now. If they manage to get people on board, if they manage to get that good advertisement, good marketing going, they actually do kind of end up selling kind of decent because, you know, the games are like not completely dog shit. And some are actually like broken and stuff. People still buy them because marketing is good. You expected to give them $70 for the same games? Yep. Exactly. And the thing is, like, look at Call of Duty. Like, those guys are doing that already for years. So will there be some sort of crash where it'll like just you know like falls and burns them? I don't know, man. Creatively, it probably will be. It'll be even more safe picks and more slope and everything, you know. More outsourcing probably. I do think that Ubisoft is kind of like doing something that we're gonna see way more later. Because I think, you know, like it's basically, you know, like the artistic part of development is being kind of like washed away. Why we're getting all these like samey games and stuff, right? Because the creativity already is not good for them because it doesn't really make them money, right? So they lower the amount of creative output, which in turn also leaves the situation where they don't really feel this creative ownership of a product. So they're less attached to it, right? It becomes product, basically. Like, it's just something we pump out every year. Like, they're not proud of it, right? They don't have, like, some guy who will be, I am the creator of, like, you know, Assassin's Creed. Oh, which one? Oh, it's, like, that one. It's, like, that one that was in that year after that one, but before that one, you remember when, like, that one on the mobile also was around. Ah, yeah, it's that one. Oh, yeah, cool, nice. Another one. So there's like this disattachment creatively, and when you don't feel this like connection, then they are easier to just kind of handle over the franchise to someone else to outsource. So we're gonna see more of that, I think, with more like high profile franchises too. Like for example, like I don't know, like what we're expecting, sort of like some spin-offs and stuff, like with the Obsidian and the Fallout, let's say, right? Like the more Bethesda will be pumping game. Like for now, I think it's not happening because Bethesda is just kind of like, you know, they're not really like pumping a lot of things, so they kind of hold on to it because like it's our game, you know, it's our Fallout. That's why they don't even like mention all the classic Fallouts, for example, barely, because they kind of want to have it as theirs. They want to be proud of it, you know. Todd wants to kind of like go around and tell everyone that he made it. But now with like Microsoft pressure and everything, and because they also like pump more games and stuff, and the company also growing, I think this like the connection with the creator and the game they make becomes way less. Like Todd is kind of like still, you know, it's the name you know. You take like some other studio, I don't know, like Sucker Punch or something, for example, you don't know shit from there. Like who's there? I don't know. So like there's way less connection already. And you know, like when you just a gear in that, you kind of don't really care who's making, you know, the next part of your game or something, or some prequel or sequel. As long as, you know, the gears keep spinning and you keep getting oiled there, you know, you are happy. Thing that can only financially save Obsidian. No, I think Obsidian is kind of doing fine there. Like, Obsidian did get a whole bunch from fucking Grounded and stuff, I think, even. Like, I don't think they're doing that bad. There was something about Outer Worlds that we actually read, I think, not long ago. I think with Outer Worlds there was also, like, quite a lot of success there in the end. And there's a second Outer Worlds coming. More depend on the game making enough money, less passion and creativity gonna be in it. Yeah, I mean, that goes for everyone, really, you know, like when you need to put food on your table, you kind of gonna be doing, you know, what needs to be done. It's just, as indie, you kind of like, you just need to put food on your table, so, you know, kind of like Ultan does, like, lessons and everything, for example, right? So he can put the croissant on his table with some other means. So he can still keep, you know, being stubborn and push his own line with the game without giving a shit what people think and stuff. It is good. I respect that. But when you have like 1,000 people working, you can just give some lessons, I guess, to pay salaries to all 1,000 people. Predictable stuff that looks good, yeah, that's gonna be probably the beta, man. Enjoyed about to be isometric, but they went with what most people prefer. I'm kind of not sure if it was going for the preference of the people, because for that niche they have Outer Worlds. They have Outer Worlds to feel that, you know, kind of like the Elder Scrolls, you know, and Fallout crowd, and they already have Outer Worlds 2 in the works for that. I think Avowed was their kind of attempt to kind of maybe dabble into some sort of like immersive simulation genre. Like, I don't think Avowed is supposed to, like, was at least, maybe, I don't know, maybe nowadays Microsoft kind of pushed it, but I do feel like Avowed was like more of a passion project that they really wanted to do, kind of like to get some sort of like, you know, Arx Fatalis, you know, that kind of vibe there. And I think that's how it was kind of advertised in a way, in the beginning. Let's use uppers, I see. Hopefully, man, hopefully. See, I don't think Avowed for them is something insanely huge. Microsoft kind of did it look like this, though. Microsoft is pushing it, I feel. And I kind of also feel that they didn't expect that. Like, I feel they wanted to just keep it as, like, you know, like this, like, kind of smaller passion project game. And now that they started, oh, yo, this is like, you know, some sort of like the headliner for Microsoft, for Xbox. And they started, you know, like sweating and started Monka shaking and like delaying the game and everything and trying to do something with it to appeal to the wider audiences and everything, because yeah, now they are the, you know, the frontliner. See window, I see. I won't get another pillars. Yeah, that will be probably less likely. They would wait a bit, they would see the Baldur's Gate success. And I mean, they still have pillars for that. Like, if they really want to go for like the classic vibe, they still can whip out actual pillars later. So yeah, I think Avowed was their attempt to make something in the universe, but like different. In Obsidian, they can do it. They just went and made it fucking grounded. They just went and made fucking Pentiment, you know. They could do it once upon a time. I mean, like 2 years ago. Less even, I think. I mean, nowadays, yeah, nowadays I guess budgets are a little tighter. So yeah, sure. That's why Microsoft probably pushing for their WoW as being kind of like something bigger than it actually is. And that's gonna be the problem. And then Outer Worlds, they also probably gonna be pushing super hard. Let's see, Argo Chessie. I need to play that one. I need to play that one. I'm gonna finish the food gap and we continue. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I do think we're gonna have a lot of these like kind of like spin-offs and prequels and outsourcing going. And Ubisoft might be kind of like starting the trend here that we'll see way more. And I'm pretty excited for this. Not gonna lie. Last time Ubisoft gave Heroes of Might and Magic to Russian studio, it was a banger. So we'll see what it's gonna be this time. Even though nowadays I think they are not, you know, technically Russian anymore. I think office might be actually in Belgrade. That's where they had like the all the remote workers meeting not long ago. Not all remakes are sure win. The thing is, like, Dead Space was still a remake, but it still went, you know, like with some sort of like AAA approach to it. They pushed a shitload of marketing. They tried to hype it up like crazy, but yeah, that's not how it works really nowadays. So I think that's gonna be more, you know, like a cheaper remakes and everything. Like what Ubisoft kind of does here, and that's probably like something that will be like, to be honest, I do kind of even like hope that will be more common if like the AAA studios just kind of become sort of, you know, like publishers and stuff. Like, you know, we guys have experience, we guys have a name, we guys have franchises. We just give you that stuff, you make them, and you paid us some percentage for using our franchise. That's pretty much how it goes, it looks like. Because as I said, with Rogue, Prince of Persia, I think Evil Empire was running advertisements and stuff too. Like when they were sending keys and stuff, it was Evil Empire approaching and everything. So I don't know what Ubisoft was even doing outside of giving them franchise. I'm not so sure. So it's literally like zero risk for them. And potentially some gain. Better to optimize what we already is there. That's the thing, they're not even optimizing. Like, I wouldn't mind if, like, you know, we would actually get, like, the remasters that, like, run super good, you know, look super good. And just improve, you know, the process. Now, we're gonna get, like, something that fucking lags like crazy, crashes. Doesn't even look that good. And still manage to fuck up some of the original things. Yeah, that I feel like with UBM, we're gonna see more. With them and with other studios, probably. A lot of outsourcing, man. And it could be good, but we'll see if it will be. At least for Heroes, I really hope it will be good. I just hope we're gonna get some good Heroes game. Consequence of consumers themselves. The hardware is expensive. I would say so, like a while ago, like 10, 15 years ago, I would agree. And nowadays, not really. Because nowadays it could be something that looks like absolutely mediocre and it still runs like shit. And does require some crazy hardware. That's the problem, like it's not even connected anymore. Like the price of hardware and the quality of a picture, they are not connected anymore. Like which are even like of current generation, which games are actually like, you know, like pushing the boundaries, like which are reaching some insane levels of graphical fidelity. I think that the highest levels we're reaching like nowadays are still kind of the same that, for example, like Crysis games did back in the day, a while ago already. I think they're still there, and if you add some mods and stuff that add some of the like newer, you know, features like RTX and everything, they look even better. Cyberpunk with ray tracing, yeah, and it's also mostly because of the ray tracing. Like, you know, you can add the ray tracing to some, like, you know, like, I don't know, Crysis or something, and it probably will look as amazing. Do we really need RTX or AI in your GPUs? Yeah, we don't really. We don't really. Well, I mean, to be honest, RTX is kind of nice to have. If it would work optimally and stuff, too. Because I don't know even, like, the current state of it. Like, how optimized and well, you know, well-performing it is. Like, when I got the 2080, which was the first RTXs, right? Like, it was... Like, you can't run RTX anything, almost. Like, you can just to see how it is. But it's just like, no, it doesn't run well whatsoever. What like the newer GPUs with RTX and stuff are good though is DLSS. DLSS is nice, but DLSS is nice technology. But instead of being like this like technology that will allow us to kind of like catch up to more expensive hardware without having it, it just became a mandatory necessary technology just to run things on your hardware. Sí, so que sí. The stagnated GPU development. That's the fun part because you like you don't even need those GPUs really, because like it looks like the stuff that was already like way back, not better. Someone expects you to use DLSS in Full HD. Yeah, that's what like I said it instantly when DLSS like 3 and stuff. With previous DLSS, I kind of didn't really like think about it. When like the 3 was out and stuff, like it was like, oh yeah, they just gonna like use it as a crutch now every time. And that's pretty much what's happening. Like instead of being this like kind of like, you know, amazing technology that improves life, sorta, improves the quality and stuff, so you can like have like my laptop, for example, right? 4060, DLSS 3 available, boom, you can just like run a whole bunch of like stuff that will require like, for example, like 4080 or like even 50 series, right? But I have DLSS 3, so I just like, you know, Put the slider in there, you know, and boom, it works. Beautiful. No. Now you need to kind of like, oh, you just need to run this game. Well, you already need DLSS, you know, unless you have like maybe some NASA PC or something. So you just like, instead of being kind of like this thing that might push you from minimal to the kind of like, you know, required, or like from below minimal to minimal so you can actually run it, it becomes like something that you actually need to use on, you know, required or recommended just to run it like good. That's weird. That is very weird. Eru bar below. It just leads to lazier optimization because, oh, fuck it, just use DLSS, you know. Or optimization becomes kind of like part of the roadmap at this point. Kind of like Dragon's Dogma. Like, I played Dragon's Dogma like since release, basically, when it was April or something, right? Until like recently, basically in August, I finished like slowly. Once a week on Mondays, I'm doing my like Dragon's Dogma 2 stream. Amazing game, beautiful, super cool. And like during those 4 months, they were polishing and optimizing it. And they did improve it. I give them that they did, but like that shouldn't be done after release, dude. Like after release, it should be like polished, you know, down the required and minimal specs. Like on release, you get the minimal and required specs, you know, perfect. After release, like try to polish it to make it work on like weaker PCs to get wider audience and stuff, right? That would be cool. But no, you get like some like unoptimized piece of trash on release, and then for months after release, you wait until they actually finally make it work on your hardware that is supposed to kind of like handle it no problems. That's really bad. By new games like 3 months have passed. Yeah, that's the scary. Like, that's exactly the thing. Like, that's the same with Fallout London, right? I kind of just like jumped into it, and it's like full of like bugs and stuff, and the issues and crashes and everything, right? And it's like it would be better probably to wait a few months before you go there. But the thing is, like, that's a mod, right? That's like a bunch of like a bunch of just enthusiasts made that stuff for free. You didn't pay anything for it, so it's kind of like, that's fine. That's alright. But like when you paid for it and it's a full AAA product and stuff and you get the same issue that you basically just need to wait until it's actually working, that is ridiculous, man. I had this conversation yesterday. Nah, not yesterday. I've been a while since DLSS and stuff. Been some time. It seems like this week's releases are basically like didn't even change. From last week. Last week for sure. No, Wukong released. Oh yeah, the MOBA Fiesta. Galaxy Burger also released recently. That one I think is already more popular than Concord. The relaxing cooking simulator, no stress. There it is. And new and trending only has 2 games for you, and probably have some stuff, some tags blocked or something, I guess. Day 1 buyers equals beta testers. Like, and most of the times I kind of don't even care. New and trending is number 1 is Concord for you. I saw some people already like speculating that like they paid Valve for the number 1 spot there. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I am not so sure. Oh, that I don't know. Tunnelscape is 3rd for you. Well, I mean, there's no Concord for me because, like, we don't have the PSN in any of the genres here. So no genres in any of the regions here. So, yeah, I can't even see it here. Skull and Bones 16 base price? Yep. Tunnel Escape is a hentai? I have that stuff blocked, so that's why it's not here, I guess. Yeah, I don't see it because of that, most likely. 2x the amount of players in Concord in Galaxy Burger. Damn, son. Time for Sony to sign them then. Sounds better, man. Sounds better. Yeah, maybe Concord wasn't the first because he played the beta or something. Maybe do you have some sort of like a recommendation thing running there or whatever? Yeah, predecessor is the move. Ooh, recent mixed actually. Then I guess the release not that boga. Game's nothing special. I also picked a champion I didn't like with the free credits you get. You can only afford the bad champs. So I never play it again. Nice. A worse version of Paragon's White Clone. Suspended for 4th time for the game not being able to load its own assets when selecting a character, not worth the hassle. Damn, the guy's having fun there, I see. Fun game, but really unstable, embarrassingly so. Almost impossible to actually play the constant network errors. Yoton, miss the good stuff. Miss the good stuff. You can roll in on the chat. Maybe I'll reignite. That was the article. Dynamic tactical RPG with decision shaped the story. Oh, I remember this one. I think we saw it in one of the shows. The announcement shows, yeah. I remember. A new and trending based on your stuff? I think new and trending is kind of general, though. I think new and trending is kind of general. It might be some like ordering and stuff, might be on your personal preference or something, but I think it's like it's more or less kind of the same. You can miss some stuff, like I don't have the Concord because it's just not available here in the region. But more or less, otherwise it should be like generally the same. That is the general new and trending. It's like the Gibbon pushes stuff that is actually successful. I'm doing some magic algo, I see. Yeah, it could be prioritizing some things that are kind of like more of your jam. That I could see. Maybe Gibbon started also like to try to put more algorithms in to get more kind of like relevant things for you. Not entirely rigged, I see. Like it also removed the filter, actually. There was a filter to... Oh, actually it's removed because, yeah, the trending free are separate now, even though the predecessor is here, free-to-play, for example. Our supermarket together is also here as the free one. And trending free... Oh, it's here too. And this one is here too. Nice. Can get double the spots, man. Double the spots. The popular upcoming is the algorithm for sure, though, I think, yeah. Let's see, Rajan, I see. Yeah, it doesn't show, for some reason, it doesn't show me the Skull and Bones, actually. New and trending. Maybe I have Steam connected with the Ubi stuff, and they just kind of like see I have it there or something, I don't know. Skull Bones isn't trending. Well, see, Raijin has it trending, though. Somehow. A recycling center simulator. A Jotun Slayer. Oh yeah, the Inzoi character creation studio. Very positive reviews there on this one. 80% positive. Yeah, we harvest shadows with the demo there. That's the one we saw on the Gamescom stuff. Pocket waifu desktop pet. An idol party. Dude, like you see some like weeb shit in the on, like the bullet pictures. You don't even want to like hover or check it because like I mean, you have the filters even for Coomer stuff, but you never know when it's still gonna be there. Dim soak, I see. Skull and Bones already 1,700 players. Damn, son. Destroying that Concord there. The Mudmox time, nice. Enjoy, enjoy. A Dustborn new and trending for you has 2-digit player numbers. Huh, maybe Gibbons did start some magic. Maybe it did start some magic. Yeah, he's available here. Doesn't show also. It also doesn't show there. Dude, what the fuck is this, like, thumbnail here? Like, I don't know, maybe it's like my brain, like, being that. Like, when I saw there in the small one, I thought, like, what the fuck? Is someone, like, asshole there or something? And look at this shit. It's like a bot. I was like, for a second, like, the fuck? What is this, man? They showing there. Yeah, I was, like, typing here, no. Yeah, it was like, what the fuck, man? What is this? Yeah, what is this, dude? Yeah, this one for some reason not in the trend for me too. So maybe they got some. Maybe they got some more algo on Gibbon. Or Gibbon is running something. Teenage drama game not pumping, what a surprise. I think like with that stuff you need to kind of like hit some very specific audience though. It's like Life is Strange did it, and now everyone's trying to... Well, not everyone, but like a lot of them try to go for it, but it doesn't always go. It doesn't always go that well. I feel like if it's teenage drama, you kind of want to get it like full probably, like Life is Strange way, just, you know, just purely a visual novel sort of style. They got some gameplay in, and I guess already not hitting it that well. Oh yeah, but the Millennia run's still going, I see. The Cessna I haven't tried. They did actually contact me before, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe at some point, but yeah, kinda not really. Wasn't this one like still in early access actually? Yeah, even kinda have it. They did send it to me. It's still in early access. Maybe when it will be like releasing, maybe I will check it out, maybe. But yeah, kinda no plans. Kinda no plans yet. There's also Hooded Horse now, I think, right? Publishing? No? Wait, where did they have that then? I thought it was Hooded Horse in there. For some reason. I thought it was them. But they went independent already now? Not sure. Not sure. Oh, it is Hooded Horse. I see. Alright. Sealton, I see. Yeah, so now Gibbon gonna be doing some algorithm shenanigans on the new and trending stuff too, looks like. Alright. Wukong number 3, yeah, that's the same for me. It's an upcoming. Beyond Huntville, some horror stuff. Wishlisted by Yellow already? Sure is, I see. The Westminster, we're already exploring it in Fallout London. Enough. Coffin lid, yep, same here too. Same here. Yeah, I see, Steve, I see. Super laggy now. A stick and drawn souls-like. Damn, son. The one and only. The impactful decisions in moral dilemma situations. The course of your journey. Hand-drawn Metroidvania. Also like it's the... Oh yeah, the audience tags there. Requirements to show up on popular upcoming getting insane, I see. No more prologue diarrhea there, I see. It's not on popular upcoming anymore. No prologues there. The Inn Tycoon, another one. Tavern Tycoons, Inn Tycoons, Store Tycoons, like, dude. Like, you know, Steam players yearning for the mines, man. Everyone wants to get a job. The Toyshire. The Reeling Toy Army Tower Defense Adventure. Damn, son. Slopping some of the towers there. Ah, I see. That's a nice concept. And those kids, kids yearning for the mines in Minecraft. This is not Minecraft, has simulators and everything. I don't know if kids playing those, Maybe that's like the new, you know, like the professional orientation tool soon, You just get your kids a bunch of them tycoons and managements and let them play it to decide who they want to be when they grow up. Maybe that's gonna be the meta later. The Minecraft community server. I mean, like I said before, like if the people would be, there will be enough interested people. I could get something. I guess I could look into it. Sure. Just kind of not really interested in myself though. Could be Otan, could be. In zone 2, 26th of August. All right. The demo was pretty nice. The first game is also kind of good. First game was nice. Demo was nice. So this kind of seems like more or less a safe one. We'll see though. They will figure something on release. But was kind of alrighty. The 30 axis, yep. That's a bit of a downside. There's a bit of a downside. 150k wishlist. Insane. Oh, they be farming. One second. Musicus. Musicus. Where is my Unreal Tournament? Only the right one with the soundtrack. Okay, the other ones are the other hidden ones. Nope. Don't need that. Fairy Tale Dungeons. Like the spin-off they got for something. Deck building roguelike featuring characters from the Fairy Tale series. Collect magic cards based on moves from the series to build your own unique deck and take down powerful monsters. See, yeah, that's the meta, Otan. I get some franchise you like. Some like, I don't know, like message Ubisoft, since they're already like, you know, taking all the small studios, be like, yo guys, I can make you the Skull and Bones roguelike, the deck builder, you know. Boom. And you making it. Easy life. See window I see. Official. Damn son. Let's see what I see. Dumped the odds 2 weeks before release. Maybe that's the strat to get like some insane, you know, hype momentum there going. The hype momentum going. I mean, it's the Weeb show, so it's probably gonna be a lot of sales on this one. No, they have zero clue, I see. Снежинка. Sentinel Girls 2. The twin stick shooter and stuff. And the weeb shit from Russia arriving even. Fast-paced shooter with simple controls. Purchase cards and a hold line. The Metal Slug but weaves. It's kind of hard to say actually what it is exactly. Fast-paced shooter, like you don't even move, you just kind of like stay and shoot, I guess there. No, it might be not actually Russian. It might be like Japanese or something. But yeah, someone who likes using all those words from other languages. Seems like. I see. Снежинка, fixed-term contract employee at a private military company. I see. I'll see how it is. Gotta use them words about the languages that sound cool. It can mean snowflake, but doesn't really seem like it what it means whatsoever. Adepters Club, I think we saw this one before. Also like the job simulator there. Be the tax collector of a shady city hall. It's narrative-driven resource management game. Talk to debtors, manage a team, and make difficult choices and challenge the city's moral decay. It's their money, but it's your job. See what I say. I'm gonna get another something gestalt. They do like that one, I think, a lot. It's like all the cross promotion also gonna be removed soon. Since September, I think. The motel manager simulator, damn. And the Playway, or is it someone else? It's someone else already. Playway is losing the market, man. And that's just too much competition now already. Yeah, the typical garbage collecting and cleaning and everything. The classic loop nowadays, man. People figured out it's easy, yeah, I guess. It does look exactly like Playway, yep. To be honest, Playway ones kinda look better, not gonna lie. And which one's this one? Damn, this first one. I'm not so sure, man. But could be, could be. A new Steam account for each game. True, could be that too. It's how you do it. What's the benefit of that though? What's the benefit of that though? Just so people can't connect the dots? Would that be? Oh, from China, I see. Like the clothing simulator, they just spam my email like crazy still. Like the game is already out, it's already successful. Relax, guys. I haven't played it and I'm not planning to. They still keep going. And they even do like already like, you know, like the response and the title, like. So maybe, you know, maybe I'll see that, you know, I already messaged them and they responded or something. Like I haven't even touched your emails, man. I see what I say. And this one. Insane platforming. Playway is a genre now, yeah, I guess. Classic and epic 3D platform adventure. Similar to Cat Quest 3, and they've used Godot for this one, I see. The 27th of August already. The Godot power. Let's see, any hidden gems, Donald Defiance. Craft and upgrade the gear. Build impressive Greek structures. Face down the trials of gods. Them open world survival craft. And as usual, pumping. Pumping hard. I'm insane Greek myth inspired. Someone realizing Halskan Shrouded is far better. Someone is realizing that it's all kind of the same. Yeah, Valheim, but the Roman Greek inspired. I played almost all survival open world games. Damn son, there he is, the target audience, man. Not a bad initial early access game, quite light in content. We had basically 100%ed it in about 15 hours. And still positive, Yeah, I think like with survival games you can just like roll some like piece of shit literally just as a game. With insane asset flip and everything, just maybe, you know, like kind of like make it a little like themed into something that is maybe not touched. Like, yeah, this like the ancient Greek and stuff, like make some other like theme around it or something. Or roll it in early access and people will be like, yeah, this is good potential, man. Come back in a few years and it's gonna be Pog, yeah? Alpha stage at best. So much map and so little to do. Game has no life, no interactions. Has potential, just isn't right now. After almost 6 hours of playing too. It could be, Steve, could be, yeah? A unique concept, damn son. Extremely dead map. Stave enemy is nothing new or exciting. $10 hours. Fun with friends for an hour or two, then it just gets boring. Yeah, unique concept, not so sure. Explore ruins, empower yourself. Defy the gods, maybe something about the gods. Tasks set before you. Band together. Epic online services. To enable crossplay, and no one is molding actually. And no one is actually molding about this one. Then like something more, you know, a more well-known releasing with the Epic Online services. Boom. At the explosion of negative ones. Solar Empire was sold already for a while, I feel. Still pumping, still pumping. Shapes 2 out now, overwhelmingly. And then this one is pumping hard too, I say. The early access even. Nice. Imagine, damn. Mixed with 400 reviews, but again, like, sold fucking billions, probably, as usual. Or gonna made fucking billions. The usual. It's not just mixed, though, not mostly negative. They started farming that a lot nowadays. Copy-paste of 24. Doesn't feel like real football. Damn. What a twist. Awful product by EA per usual. And every year, everyone still goes and buys it. Same as 10 years ago. Per usual, why he bought it. Yep, no idea, man. You paid for EA trial. Ah, I see. And didn't get scanned for $70, huh? Tried to fit as much as I could within the refund window. Then the detectives are doing it for us on our behalf there. Leaves the same review every year. True. Probably. I would recommend it. Oh, because I played games target strategy. Interesting. Some nice RTS going right there with Baden. Yeah, this one is still going strong. That's the playway though. So last week. Seahawks, I say. Because he played video game. Now Playway did play some of their stuff, even though similar to games he played GTA, Doom Eternal. Alright, that's a bit of a stretch there, I guess. Android get DLC. One day, good DLC seems like. $10 for DLC regionally. Yeah, we'll see. Nah, no plans, Axel, no plans. Hey Axel, hello, good morning. How we doing? Oh shit, Alfir. Welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you. And welcome to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Hello, hello.
I love you guys.
Death with the gifty. Insane. The Puagi. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Here they come. Ah, see. The wild trees are there. Sending regards. Hey, Webbit, hello. Hey, Orfira. I'll see how it is. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa. Appreciate it. Can't trade, so alright. I'll see. Zaldos, welcome back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. The rare scum train. The temporary, alright, I see. I'll see how it is, alright. Thank you, guys, thank you. Now we're just doing the usual Sunday gaming news recap for the week. Checking what is up. The Tavern Manager, I see. Holy shit, that's a big boy there. The Mintadev Interagen. Guys both got in. Insane. All of you there. That's a bossy one. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Interdev. Thank you, Rygen. That's a lot of people there. Happy J. Thank you. Thank you. That's a lot of gifties. Yeah, the gifties are now coming through and everything. That stuff is fixed. Finally back to being the proper human being. Sorta, I guess. Yeah, no. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The big one, the Sunday sub show, yeah. Seems like it, seems like it. And the level 0 extraction still mixed though.
I love you
Kinda
guys.
close to mostly positive already. Yeah, hello, sharing the love, yeah.
I love you guys.
Oh, the gift bonanza, indeed. There are way too many cheaters in this one, alright. The game needs better anti-cheat. Dude, like with multiplayer stuff nowadays, that's such a huge issue. At the moment, riddled with cheaters, and you can't even really do much about it, dude. And the temp raiders there. Thank you. Very nice of you, very nice of you.
I love you guys.
Hey, Gajalina low. And the mega gifties,
I love you guys.
Tales and Tactics. Yeah, the Yogscast published one, I see.
I love you guys.
Thank you, Dolphier. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I love you guys.
The other battler in the tabletop RPG setting.
I love you guys.
And the brand new game update.
I love you guys. I love
The
you
meta
guys.
progression system is cool as it's unlock more and more mechanisms. Damn, son, we need to actually do some meta progression to unlock some new stuff.
I love you guys.
The 1.0 there. Dude, Teresa, insane.
I love you guys.
Thank you, Teresa, thank you. The one and only. The DJ Clancy, insane. Thank you, Teresa, thank you, man. Have a good one, have a good one.
I love you
And
guys.
enjoy your Sabaton. And the Twitch CEO is sub now, yeah. I disabled the stream together thingy though. He can't knock for the collab though. Never lucky, man. Never lucky.
I love you guys.
Never lucky. And the nigga gifting to window. Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you.
I love you guys.
Appreciate it a lot. The arc we saw today.
I love you guys.
I'm gonna see the stories instead. True. I think you still need to follow for that though, probably. Probably.
I love you guys.
And the Gordon's going good too. Switch the cover position. Nah, same old. Same old. And just in this scene, I guess it's kind of a little more wider though, but still the same. Still the same. The stories I need now to update the app again also, which is a whole fiesta. Which is a whole fiesta, man. When you don't go through the Google Play and everything, because like the third-party stores sometimes get like the weird version. For example, if I'm updating automatically now, it just updates into the Android TV version of the Twitch app, and that's obviously not the best version of the app to use on the phone. So I need to kind of manually do that stuff. And now they got some update that actually porked everything again, so I need to manually update it there. And they were lucky, dude. Alright, check this stuff. Let's get to the news. The device say the insane train. Thank you, man. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are insane. Some super trains. And death and all those porn, all fear. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you. Oh, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I still see it, I still see it. I'll still see the train there. Alright, I needed to, I again forgot to open all the news tabs. There are still some games to check there, I think, in the tabs though. 1 second, I'm just gonna unlock that stuff, open a bunch of them. The 2PC setup news coverage. A bit of an annoyance there. 1 moment, I'll get it. I did it off stream, but forgot again. It's like brain for last couple of months is like with all this like fixing the Twitch paychecks and all that stuff. Brain is like constantly in the race condition mode, and not enough resources for everything. Alright, 1 sec. Gonna unlock everything. Open all the thingies. And then we get to check what happened during the week. Well, not gonna be going deep into the Gamescom stuff. I do have like a recap thing for that. Because we watched it together anyway on stream, so no point watching through all of that again. But we'll do kind of short a little recap of that too. Kinda. I see the do, I see. You have everything just up, I see. Hey Razors, hello. How we doing, man? Alright, a bit more. No. Okay, this one. That's still quite a lot. It's every time I think like, oh, this week is actually not that much. And then I start opening all the tabs. And it actually kinda is quite. And it ends up being quite a lot. Alright. 2 more. And we get them. Hear them. Done. Okay. Dead looking in. I see. Nice, nice. The peak efficiency with 2 games in 1. Enjoying it, man. Sounds good. Sounds good. Alright, let's get to it then. Dead Cells gets its final update after 8 years of development, bringing it to a cursed close. The end is near. So they're wrapping it up on Dead Cells. Are wrapping it up on Dead Cells now. Well, I mean, the current devs of this one probably now gonna like go ham on the Rogue Prince of Persia, the original Evil Empire, the original. This should be them, right? I think still. And the original developer is already. The Motion Twin is already on another game, the climbing one. I think the mountain climbing one for a while too, right? Yeah, that sounds like that did play a shit though. That was a while ago though, like before all the DLCs and stuff. After 1.0 release, and I didn't play a shitload. When I got to the difficulty where you just get the Ligma from every damage taken, that's when I had enough already, because that was already too dang there. Let's see, what did I say? 14 hours in deadlock already window. Nice. Nice. But yeah, until then, it was nice. It had a really good Twitch integration and stuff too. Pretty cool game, man. I bet marks the controller one, really. A lovely, not at all culty seaside day out awaits in story generator sim. Marry a deep one. Innsmouth simulator. I'm gonna be romancing some Cthulhu. No, not didn't go that way. Or is it that was the Innsmouth simulator? They did not get some. Oh, it's probably, I see, okay. It probably has some visual novel tag there, yep. Figured. Establish your bloodline, lead a sinister cult managing an isolated seaside village. Aquatic monsters crossbreed with humans. That sounds a little deeper than just Berry. Social manipulation, occult magic to slow down the inevitable descent into spiral of madness. The aquatic monsters crossbreed with humans. That sounds like this one might get some interesting patches later or something for it, I guess. A little dink, a little dink. Final Fantasy faces no existential risk despite lower than hoped PS5 sales, says Final Fantasy 16 director. Final Fantasy 16 PC port release date arrives alongside demo. Yeah, 17th of September. According to director Hiroshi Takai, it was impossible to create the PC and PS5 versions at the same time. Yeah, dude, come on. Even if Square Enix hadn't been restrained by a timed exclusivity clause. That sounds like a cool story, bro. Also thinks that the Final Fantasy series faces no existential risk right now, despite lower than hoped returns from both Final Fantasy XVI and, going by Square Enix's latest financial reports, the more recent and currently PS5 only Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So those both aren't performing that stellarly there. A reason to arrive for each title, but in the case of Final Fantasy XVI, it primarily comes down to the original game being tailored for the PS5 in a lot of different ways, and it was impossible to do this at the same time as all optimization of work that was needed for the PC version. Before the port will be like completely unoptimized mess and everything. Now that would be interesting. Now that will be interesting. PC gamers all have different PCs, different specs, provided extensive configuration options to maximize flexibility. We've increased the frame rate cap to 240 FPS, and you can choose from various upscaling technologies such as DLSS 3, FSR, and Intel's S. Let's see. We'll see. At least Final Fantasy XIV and all the platforms then. Well, see, that didn't require a lot of optimization, I guess. Yeah, no. A waste and waste disposal. Acute clean them up. Set in a toxic world. Not ours. Them. Totally not ours. Cleaned apocalyptic wasteland. With a moving a waste disposal plant, craft, refine, survive. Store environment to a balanced ecosystem and recruit help by finding survivors. You have like the whole settlement management there too. So the waste disposal thing it doesn't actually on its own do anything. You still need to do stuff on your own. The big walking thing is just the base. I win Herman with this one then. Kinda like all the cleaning simulators, but dinker. This might be nice. This might be kinda nice. No date nothing yet though. Heroes of the Seven Islands, classic RPG. The poorly drawn, alright. There's only one hero that is important now, I would say. Inspired by classic role-playing video games. Hand-drawn tribute to classic role-playing video games and comic books. Comfy yet challenging non-linear heroic adventure with side quests in a vast light fairy tale world and inspired by 90s games. Damn, what is Mind and Magic, dude? I have all this 7 islands to find 7 keys leading to the Oracle. Damn, not even hiding it. They're not even hiding it. Could be kinda nice though, could be kinda nice. Sultan, time to make your own RPG. You can just do this. Easy life. Surely you can do the art like that? I actually can't. Probably even that would be too dank. Also available in dark mode. Then the features, Q1 2025. Hundreds of hand-drawn unique illustrations, turn-based yet fast combat system. The main quest or explore the open world and start side quests. Villages, cities, dungeons, swamps, caves, forests, cemeteries and temples. Music by dungeon synth artists. A non-linear high fantasy adventure. Could be nice, could be kinda nice. The art style shooter is quite special. In a good way. Yeah, Path of Exile 2 will release in early access November 15th. We'll see, man. I'm not so sure. I planned fucking Ragnarok online in November. Why? Why? But there is already some other stuff piling up also for November, so... We'll see, man. We will see. I play both. I mean, yeah, that is kinda an option, I guess. I might also just like stream and play a lot too. So yeah, might be. Thing is, like for Ragnarok, especially in the beginning, I would rather just kind of like, you know, embrace it. If it will work, actually, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. Like right now, I kind of want to, but maybe I'll start playing and it'll be kind of like, you know, meh. We need to plan so we have more peeps joining and everything. And that would be nice. That would be nice. I mean, technically it works for Boomerthon, for example, even. But like, yeah, if I play Ragnarok online, that's gonna be like taking a lot of time. A lot of time out of all the games. So not so sure. Not so sure. Firaxis announced Civilization 7 release date alongside new trailer full of nukes, wonders, and period celebs. Out February 2025. Yeah, that we saw on the Gamescom. Just a little bit of a recap sort of here. But we'll see, Path of Exile, not exactly. Like, I'm not so sure even about like the early access stuff. Like, will it be like the season sorta, or what it will be? Will it be still kind of a little bit of a test though? I'm not so sure, but we'll see. Maybe I'll just try it or something, and then see how things go. Yeah, I could just try it, I guess. Steam 7 the same day as KCD2 is still a crime. True. The Stalker 2 also. That we will need to do. We'll see. I'll need to think about it. Civ 7 is better than KCD2. Problem is, Civ 7 is expensive. Expansions, even more expensive. Version with expansions and the FOMO tax is insanely fucking expensive. And as with any Civilization game, if you buy it on release, you're probably getting not even like feature complete kind of game. So yeah, I'm not so sure, man. They would approach me with the key, maybe. Otherwise, I'm just kind of probably just skip it. There's already like plenty of 4Xs that I could just like play anyway. Crap on release guaranteed. That's like almost any 4X, any grand strategy or something. You check it on release, it's most likely gonna be like very bland. Not even because it's bad, right? It's fine. Already works and stuff, but people are gonna compare it to the previous. Like when Civ 6 was out, remember? Like I think when Civ 6 was out until now, people still shitting on it and say play Civ 5 better. You know, and there's Civ 7 already coming out soon. And people will shit on that too and say like play Civ 5 better anyway, you know. Or at least Civ 6, I guess, because like whenever they release something new, it's usually kind of dog shit in the beginning until like a few updates drop. Until few updates, not even updates, but like some expansion already drops. Then at least they're gonna maybe kind of like get like some feature parity kinda, not even. Let's see, Steve, I see. You're gonna still have fun though for like a game or something, but yeah, I probably like it's fun, but like it's not worth, you know, 70 euro minimum fun. Let's put it that way. Like I'd rather just like yeah play whatever 4X I already have and then get into this one whenever it's kind of like out later. It's also the thing is like they are quite often the same. You know, so you just like by playing the previous one, you're not really losing that much. Yeah, you're just gonna do like one run and then just sit and wait anyway. So, which I mean that's how I play 4Xs nowadays anyway. I just do like one run on stream, sometimes not even full, and then just kind of like return to it at some point later maybe. So yeah, we'll see. Peter Molyneux is back with the new Goddessy Masters of Albion, which looks like a stripped down black and white. That's a good description there. That's again just for the recap. We watch it together. It's just like was so surreal to see like Job just like getting that dude on stage. Yeah, it's actually kind of good. I would say this is kind of better because I was like, oh, that kind of has like black and white, you know, vibes, but like stripped down black and white actually sounds like more, you know, precise because it doesn't have the vibes of black and white. It's literally kind of black and white, just with no like, you know, the entity, you know, the monster control pretty much. I rewatched it in so scuff. I mean, it looks kind of cool because again, like it does scratch that like the same sort of like, you know, itch that never anyone even tried to scratch, I guess, after black and white. But the lack of like the entity, the being, the animal, the monster is kind of like, yeah, that's not it, man. That's not it yet. Even though I guess you can take control over the warriors or whatever there are, but yeah, we'll see. Easier, I see. I read about all the Fiesta. I kind of know about it, but yeah, I kind of like never really got into it. So, I mean, we'll see what they're gonna cook. But yeah, gonna be like not super, gonna be kind of sus, you know, about this one. We'll see. Indiana Jones released December 9th and will also be the timed exclusive, and then it will be on PlayStation. It will hopefully contain gameplay by that point. Yeah, did they actually still not show anything about the gameplay there? That was like Xbox booth thingy. Maybe they showed something there, I guess, like separately. Arc Raiders Extraction shooter from the Finals devs is no longer free-to-play and coming 2025. No longer free-to-play. But Extraction, though. At least not just the usual, you know, PvP shooter, but still. This could kind of be, you know, a little bit Concordy there, let's put it that way. What's doing with exclusives? I mean, that's the usual Microsoft stuff. It would be kind of full exclusive probably to Xbox and PC, but now they started releasing it a little bit on PlayStation, so I guess that's good. PlayStation started releasing some of the exclusives for Xbox, and we on PC kind of get some. Xbox started releasing some of the exclusives on the PlayStation, and we on PC get them all anyway, so we eating good, we eating good in the end. It wasn't supposed to be free to play in the first place. I don't actually remember when they announced it. What did they say there? What did Sony give to Microsoft, to Xbox? There was something kind of recent though, wasn't there? I actually don't remember. Well, I mean, they do give to PC, and you know, Microsoft kind of consider PC also part of their stuff, and they already did get a bunch of stuff on the PC. What was that on PlayStation? From PlayStation to Xbox. Thought there was something like not long ago. A baseball game? Which one was that? Only if you use the Game Pass. Well, I mean, Microsoft literally runs the operation system that we all run. So you know, they do kind of interested in like the Microsoft PC performing good, you know, with the Windows. Oh, maybe it'll be the show. All right. That's a different branch. Well, I mean, for the big corporates, it's the same still. You know, they still benefit from that anyway. That doesn't care about the gaming side that much. I do think it's still kind of somewhat of a combined thing though, because like they do understand that they need to provide everything on their platform just to stay. It's not like they have a lot of competition for now though. Still, you know, so. Maybe they're not as worried yet about it. But yeah, like the thing is, like Microsoft wants money. That's it. Like and that's again why they don't really care. Like why would they have exclusives from like PlayStation? Like they don't really give a shit. More people will get PCs then. I mean, they as a company benefit from that anyway, because people are gonna get the Microsoft, you know, the Microsoft Windows copies and everything. They benefit from it by default. More people get Xboxes, well, they will benefit from that even more, but don't know who would probably get an Xbox if they already have PlayStation. It's like providing their stuff on PlayStation is actually smart. They have monies, man. They get monies there. I think a lot of people just realized already that, like when the market became kind of dry with like the free money and stuff, you know, people just realized that, you know, maybe we should kind of swallow our pride and everything and start making money instead of like, you know, being like, yeah, this is our game, this is exclusive. They starting already to be more lenient because that brings more money. And especially when it's something like Indiana Jones, which is like, you know, generally popular franchise outside of gaming and stuff too. You kind of want to have that on as many platforms as possible available, so as many people as possible could play that. Same gonna be with like the Elder Scrolls and everything. And they just want, you know, like they might get like timed also, obviously, as usual, but like overall it's not gonna be permanent exclusivity or like long-term exclusivity. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 been delayed again, this time until the first half of 2025. There it is. Another one. Reaffirmed our commitment to delivering high-quality games to our players, and the launch update is a proactive decision derived from this commitment. A game is in a good enough place that we could have maintained our planned release window. Paradox and Chinese Room collaboratively decided to prioritize Polish. Alright. We'll see. Yeah, Paradox actually, yeah, not having a good time there. A flop of Lamplighters League, buggy launch and a rush DLC of City Skylines 2, a last-minute cancellation of Live by You, which I still don't understand why they were down so much money on that shit. And the indefinite delay of Prison Architect 2. Insane, dude. I wonder if Paradox will have some risks of collapsing with that stuff, or the DLC profits will keep them alive. I just cancel it already. I mean, I still think it's better than nothing. Let it happen. Let it happen. See what we get. Dude Awakening will burst out of early access ends in early 2025. I'm gonna watch the video on this later. There was like some extra gameplay that they didn't show when we saw how the burst out of the early access sends. That's how. So it's gonna appear on the early access sends, you know. It's the super high power journalism writing there, you know. Saber Boss explains Space Marines 2 microtransactions. People don't want to be sold horse armor anymore. Alright. New Warhammer 40k games optional purchases won't make players feel poked. Let's see. So what did they put there actually? I'm trying to find the actual stuff. Space Marine 2 won't make you feel like you're getting poked. The shifts in the trends in the industry. People don't want to be sold horse armor anymore. I can say that because I worked at Bethesda. Our fans never thought we ripped them off in World War Z. Focus are great. They kind of let us do what we want. Yeah, the Focus Interactive, their publisher. Ex-Focus Home. You buy a weapon pack, you buy a character pack. But the actual tangibles are here a little bit muddied at the moment by one of those spreadsheet required slew of editions you all know and love. Okay, Deep Breath, currently available on Steam, the following editions. Yeah, there it is. Standard Edition, Gold Edition, and Ultra Edition. 100 DU. Another Deep Breath, a Maki Cheese DLC, some cosmetics. The Maki Cheese. Ultramarine Champions Pack is some more cosmetics. Season Pass is receive armor, weapon, and champion cosmetics from your favorite Space Marine chapters through your 4 phases. Ah. So there is not gonna be anything like locked out, like, you know, actually important content-wise. I think they have regional price too. That's already fucking big props to them. The Maki Cheese, the Makrag's chosen. See how it is. Ultramarines inspired skin set for the Bolt Rifle, Chain Sword, and the Crux Terminatus Pauldron. The 4-day early unlock is dog shit though, I have to say, but like, alright. If they don't have actual, you know, like the actual DLCs that you need, that's actually not too bad. Advanced access, can I see like more in detail there? And they should really kind of explain that more then. Sell Space Marine armor instead? No, that more kind of like that they're not selling actual items. They're selling skins exclusively. The Season Pass also apparently just... yeah, receive armor, weapon, and champion cosmetics from your favorite Space Marine chapters. Where's the difference? The horse armor is the actual item though. Like, that actually provides you with some gameplay benefits. The skin is just, you know, picture. Not to mention was the quest or something, right? Yeah, it was kind of like dog shit quest though anyway, but still. Like, it's more about the fact that there's no, like, you know, like, usual stuff. Like, nowadays you go, like, let's say, well, like, the best one, obviously. Like, you want a good example how, like, to show, like, the shittiest monetization possible, you just go Ubisoft game. That's easy. Is it not on Steam, actually, also? Are they only... Oh, yeah, they're probably pushing only their Connect dog shit there again. Okay, I see how it is. Can't be arsed really there. Can't be arsed to get that one. But like basically you have like, you know, like some quest locked by some edition. You have like some pre-order exclusive quest. You know, you have like the only DLC quests and everything. Got the coolest armors from the game and sell them. I mean, I do agree in some case. Like in MMOs, I always like really do criticize the cosmetical microtransactions because like in MMOs that is important. In single player stuff, I mean, kinda, but like not that much, like way less. Like in single player, I usually don't give a shit about customization, personally. Like the only way you kind of like, especially if you have like at the start, right? You have like all those like armors and everything, sure. But like the thing is like in single player, you're not gonna be going and like farming some like mission to get a skin, right? In MMO you would. And that's why in MMO I kinda would like to have those beautiful skins and stuff available as a reward for doing content. In single player, you know, content is the reward, content is the game. So like you don't really need that much of the crazy side reward, huh? Hey, Sacred. Never bought any cosmetic DLC in a single player game? Exactly. I see no point in like doing that stuff. And like I want. And it's good that it's only cosmetic. Like I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's a good practice. Like I hate DLCs in general. Like absolutely. But like it is what it is, man. We're dealing with this shit already. Like you don't like it, well, don't play games. That's it, I guess. Sadly, I don't like that too. But like I would, if we're already in this shit, in this situation, I would rather have some like cosmetic DLCs that I would just ignore and just play the game instead of having like, oh, you want this quest? Well, buy this DLC. Oh, you want this special unique weapon? You need this DLC, right? So I would rather have things that are optional and I don't give a shit about as those extras, rather than have something that I would actually rather kind of want to play, you know, experience the full game with the full story and stuff. So yeah, like it is bad, but this at least kind of is like the lesser evil, I guess. Let's put it that way. See, Sacred, I see. Like the only thing I hate here is like the FOMO tax. Like that is like the FOMO tax shit is absolutely atrocious. I hate this stuff, dude. At this point, it actually like if I'm not getting like the review code and stuff, I'm not buying like in general. But like the thing is like if it would be just like the main game, like for example, right? And I kind of do want to play it, right? And I would be just like kind of feeling it, you know. I don't know, like like waking up in the morning and like, what you gonna stream today? I kind of already don't feel like anything, and this is out. I didn't get the review copy, but I kind of want, you know. You know, fine. Let's like it's also like kind of around my birthday, you know. Like let's gift myself something. I buy it, and then I realize that I'm gonna play it fucking, you know, 4 days later only, and then I'm like, you know what? Then at this point, I'm just gonna wait, you know, like not 4 days, but 40 days longer, and get it like with fucking 50% discount or something. So yeah, that is how I usually like feel about it. Like if you're missing the FOMO, you already kind of don't care nowadays. For me as a streamer, especially, like you kind of like you either play like completely on release, or you wait, you know, when everyone already played it, all your viewers already played and done, hid from spoilers in your channel, right? And then like way down the line, you already play it at some point because you want to. That's like two, you know, like situations I kind of have nowadays, really, like playing something, you know, kind of soon, but not exactly. Like, not really. Doesn't really happen that often for me, to be honest. Doesn't happen that often. So this FOMO attacks I really dislike. It also kind of like kills, you know, like all the hype and like the, like, I don't know, like the good feelings and emotions, I feel. Like as a viewer and stuff, or like as a player, just player, not the streamer, for example, that would also be really bad, because it's like you basically for like 4 days or something, you just pretty much kind of like hiding from everything because you can't really play it. And you don't want to spoil it, don't want to watch it, so you just kind of like, you know, you miss the hype. You see all the streamers, you know, posting on Twitter, yo, so good, man, look at this. You see some like other like regular plebs also posting, but like with streamers you kind of get used already. Like people get like preferential treatment. People already like played like some game, like people already playing Gothic Remake, right, and everything for a while on stream. Like that's how it is. The business is business, you know. It was journalists before, now it's streamers. Like that's how it is. But then you see everyone on Twitter already, like shitload of people and regular players, like, you know, playing, pogging, sharing screenshots and videos, and you're just like sitting there, like waiting, like, man, soon I'm gonna be able to play my hobo plebeian game, my plebeian copy. So that's why I usually just like, I just like gonna wait for sale, then whatever. Like it kind of kills this like hype when you want to be a part of it, part of the crowd, part of the hype. You know, you just kind of like, I'm already late for the party, so I just gonna party next year. You know, with the 50% discount. So that I really dislike. That I really dislike. Stigrichi Idumora, by the way, like I did earlier, right? The online content is also free. Yeah, that is nice. First had 2 multiplayer DLC modes. Alright, both died pretty fast. Alright. Disappointed by customization. Chaos Marines don't have any armor skins. Weren't they like different? Or is it kind of like by class? So like one class is like one chapter of Chaos Space Marine, another class is another chapter of Space Marines. Is it how it is? Unlocking chapters in Heraldry and the Battle Pass progression is weird, alright. Does not have the nouveau. Well, I mean, it doesn't show here. So I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Expensive, yes, won't even start on the early unlock, but there is no gameplay being held hostage. Yeah, that is a good thing. It's still bad, I do agree, but like we're already like in every game pretty much we're having like the microtransactions. Sadly, it is already like the reality we can't get away from. Unfortunately, rarely we can we get sometimes, thankfully, but still. Most of the time we're getting, yeah, a bunch of gameplay and stuff being held hostage, yeah? And this time it's only the skins and stuff, so at least that's kind of good. Like, I'm like, it would be like, kind of like, rather considerate, I guess, you know, it's like the cheap version sort of discount. Like you have less skins, you have less customization options, but you buy that thing cheaper. If you look from this perspective, that is kind of that looks a little better. That looks a little better. But then you also kind of question like why the fuck then the full edition with all the skins costs $100, you know? That's a different question already. Koopy Claw wants to do for claw machines what Bellatra did for poker. Alright, there we go, another one. So the fun part is like there's the dungeon crawler already. So we're gonna have a multiple one there for the same niche. A roguelike deck building claw machine. Oh, this one you just kind of grab stuff like that. I like Dungeon Crawler more though. Now Dungeon Crawler I like kinda more. The claw machine meta now too. Yeah, I mean everything gamified into in Balatro way. That's gonna be the case, dude. Like by the time I actually get back to the deving, someone already gonna make like the domino one too. And it probably wouldn't even be bad. I probably will just like do something else then, whatever. The backpack meta, dice meta, yeah. Well, the claw machine meta is not exactly like... It's basically now, I think, when after Balatro happened, everyone just like went, alright, what else we have? Kind of gambly that we can make into something like Balatro. So we got the roulette one I played, right? We got the dice one I played on Friday. Dungeon Crawler, well, these guys also picked the same niche. We got the Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers, which I wouldn't really say it's actually Balatro. First of all, they actually started making that stuff before Balatro did. That actually even the Balatro developer mentioned the lore. And second, it's still not the same. Like, you're not really playing against kind of like the score. You're playing against the actual, you know, second player that also plays stuff. And that's what made a lot of Balatro people very, you know, confused. Because they don't know how it works and how to play against that, I guess. Cannot play against the score. The enemy destroys me with his deck. He always draws perfect cards. You know. Right on. Yeah, the blackjack one. Yeah, the Dungeons Degenerate Gamblers, this one. It's a little different though, because like you don't play against the just the score. You play still against like the enemy's hand. But I mean, kinda similar. This one was developed, started developing even before Balatro though. So I wouldn't really call it the Balatro ripoff, but yeah, everything kind of like now tries to. Which I mean, that's good. The concept is fun, and like putting it in different things. Luckby Lander on the Lord is also kind of old already. Somewhat. That one is kind of like roulette roguelike. Yeah, not roulette, slot machine. Roulette one is this one, which is also kind of nice, but that one was a little more kind of like too overloaded, I guess, with things and information going on though. Still nice, and reviews are actually kind of pumping. Holy, alright. Damn, they keep improving. Feels good. And the old RTS until on the highest difficulty. I mean, I don't even need old RTS for that, to be honest. But yeah, this one is nice. This one is nice too. Yeah, there's already a bunch of these like going on. So everyone is trying to make their own Balatro. Just take like any like basically just go like Wiki or something. Try some sort of like, how do you even call it? Like try card games and try like some, I don't know how even like we'll call it, like not the tabletop games, but like something else. Like you can have Nardi, you can have dominoes. What are you like? Maybe I mean the checkers and yeah, the chess I think already has some roguelikes, even though they're a little different, so still can try to adopt that to some sort of Balatro-like thing. Like the roguelike chess was what, the Shotgun King, wasn't it? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, chess, but you replace your entire army with the Royal Shotgun. Unique strategy roguelike based on the timeless checkboard classic. It's a little different still. So yeah, I would say there is still a little bit of a way to Balatrify something like that too, maybe. Still doable. I don't kind of really mind though, because like it brings kind of like interesting twist and everything. And it's like, I don't know, it's like simple, I guess, and at the same time very addictive. Like the dice thing, for example, was fun. That I did on Friday. Some issues were there, but yeah, it still was fun. Chess fighting was fun though, I drew. Devolver meta. Oh wait, Devolver. But yeah, for this one, Dungeon Crawler is better. Dungeon Crawler is better, I feel. Kinda like... feel like more more things going on. Even though it also kind of is not exactly the Balatro-ish. This one seems like Balatro-ish with the going against the score. All of the small dice roll games. They have like a lot of that in Devolver though. So Devolver doesn't really do a lot of the super small ones. The hip art style, I guess, that may be. But the Blasphemous devs' new Goya-fueled stealth tactics monastery sim is basically Umberto Eco's The Great Escape. Yeah, this one we saw on the Gamescom broadcast. I actually, when we were watching, I kind of didn't really like catch it that it was the Blasphemous devs. Already after the show, I saw that my friend linked me that the new game from the Blasphemous devs, and I was like, oh, it's this one. That might be kind of cool. Didn't connect the dots with the name of the studio. It might be nice. I mean, in general, look kind of nice, but the fact that it's Blasphemous devs only makes it a little better. Just a little recap. We kind of watch all of those. Saw all of those. New theme park manager Mars Attracts is the oddest bit of IP necromancy I've seen in quite some time. They get some more there. The announcement trailer we saw is like basically like nothing really in the announcement, but yeah. So you get the theme park, but then the Mars Attracts, aka Mars Attacks. So we'll see. Yeah, what this gonna be about. Thing is, like a lot of these like kind of like the tycoons and the management games, like they kind of quite often fall short nowadays. When they try to go too much for this, like, you know, visual kind of like funsies and stuff, they kind of somewhat lose a lot of like depth in terms of mechanics and everything. And then they look kind of cool, they kind of fun with all the humor and everything, but they just get boring fast. Let's see. Callisto Protocol series returns as top-down roguelike geezer shooter. Redacted. Not only is it punk, they're cranking it to 11. Damn son. That I don't think we've seen. So it's like the... the geezer shooter, not so sure. Not so sure what that would be. This is in the Callisto Protocol universe, basically. Just the twin stick kind of shooter thing. So they really want to make that universe a thing, I guess. Yeah, that look kind of alright though, but like, yeah, I don't know about the Callisto Protocol part of the thing, to be honest. But I guess they're not giving up on it. Already see the Callisto connection, yep. Trying to invent the hot water, I see. This is also probably gonna be like quite encountered quite often. And like trying to make some sort of like spin-off games in like this like kind of the small meta genres like the Vampire Survivors likes and everything. Because it's like low budget, it's pretty popular. You can, you know, put them on sale for a pretty low price and stuff, and people gonna like kind of like learn, you know, about your universe and about your main games and get you like some boosts, you know, in your Steam like score, I guess, even maybe for the algorithms and everything, just through pumping all those like smaller, cheaper kind of offshoot games. Usually it happens with the games that already have like the top-down perspective, then they make some sort of like Survivors-like sorta. See if what did I say? Ubisoft announced new Back to Roots Heroes of Might and Magic game with Erratus devs in charge. Yeah, saw that already on Steam. That I am like absolutely super excited about. So this Boomerathon this year, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 continues. I have 5 campaigns left, I think, out of everything. And the newer Horn of the Abyss one, but that one is brutal. We'll see. I will return to that at some point. Probably. That one was making me like anxious and stressed, dude. that campaign is so like fine-tuned. At least mission 1 at least set me like to this like insane like, you know, stress mode. I finished it though. The second mission kind of seems like a little less stressful, but you still kind of constantly feel that you need to min-max every turn because it's so hard. But should be better. That one is something. Yeah, the first mission was alright though. First mission was actually even puzzle. That's what I kind of didn't like exactly. It's like, you know, like I like in Heroes when you kind of like do some moves. Alright, it didn't work, you fucked up or something, or like it's maybe not the best one, you load back and you try to do it differently. And here is actually like the puzzle, like the first mission at least. The second mission felt a little more freeform, you know. But the first one was literally puzzle. You needed to do it in specific, pretty much kind of... Like, the higher the difficulty you put in the campaign, the more exactly precise your moves should be. Which is kind of like cool, but also kind of stressful, man, when you play Heroes. I like more of a plebeian Heroes approach. But the classic campaigns are good. I still have like... I don't think it's 5 though, actually. It's more like 4. Or maybe even 3 campaigns left, I think. Like I finished full Shadows of... No, wait. Shadows of the Death. No, this... Yeah, Shadows of Death I finished. Armageddon's Blade is the one I'm doing right now. Restoration of Erathia I did fully. So we have only like 3 or 4 campaigns left. And all original Heroes of Might and Magic 3 will be done. Maybe I'll do Heroes of Might and Magic 2 also, because it kind of also closer, most likely, to what's going to be happening in this game. Somewhat, at least. Well, not 4 for sure, because 4 and 5 is on different planet already compared to where this game will be. So we go back to 2. Maybe a mod that puts 2 into 3. There is a mod like that, apparently pretty good. Was at least. So I'm gonna check that out. We'll see, maybe. And I guess we might and Magicking also hard. The problem is, like, this game will be on continent Jadam, on the planet Enroth. And Jadam is only in Might and Magic 8. And actually in Horn of the Abyss, but Horn of the Abyss is kind of like, you know, fanfic mod, so it doesn't count. And I mean, I finished it already. But yeah, Might and Magic 8, I still need Might and Magic 7 for. So we'll see. Maybe I'll just do the 7, 8, and 1 mod and just do it that way. That's probably gonna be a one massive fucking playthrough though. So we'll see. Maybe. Maybe. But yeah, that I'm super excited about. This is really good. It's early access though. That kind of like... a little less exciting. Let's put it that way. But should be good. Should be good. Yeah, the early access. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, watched already on Steam today, that trailer. Was on the loop while I was yapping about stuff, so well, there's that a lot. The full original Marathon trilogy is now free on Steam, but Bungie is still quiet on the reboot, so they got the third one already out too. Like we saw the first 2, now the third one is out, so you can do the full Marathon trilogy of the classic ones on Steam absolutely for free. Oh, they have it kind of like as one package there. Classic Marathon Infinity. Is that the one? 22nd of August, yeah. There it is. All of them out. And the solo co-op campaign even. Insane. A Rainbreaker, anti-establishment roguelike that is clearly pro-Hades. Oh, the makers of Say No More. A Rainbreaker. Any trailers there? There's some dink punk and stuff there going. Or just the screenshot to them. No, there is a trailer. Smash the Kingdom, eh? It's kind of like the medieval retrofuturism or something. And it's not, or everything's just magic. The Giga Dodges, man. I read roguelike light already skipping, I see. I mean, to be honest, sometimes kinda true. Kinda true. To be honest, I'm very inspired by Hades, yeah. A rogueliking is for people without much of a backlog and with a lot of free time, I would say. Turn-based strategy game Bonaparte wants to redo the French Revolution, but this time with mix. It's now the French mix. It's a mix of Puck in there, dude. Huh? And the Gachi mix. A mechanized revolution. Suddenly with the mechas, well, I mean, we kinda saw the take on that already. In a way at least. It seems like not only the mechs. Where are the bags though? The bag's gonna be like kinda like the big leading boys there, I see. I know, I kinda like the style of the like the Iron Harvest mechs though, you know, that kind of stuff. Like the World War I mech team. These kinda like, I don't know, not my jam, not my jam. Yeah, Iron Harvest, like that art, those mechs felt kinda better to me. Amazingly grim retro sci-fi android spelunker, Lawrence Lure. Finally is the release date. Let's see. Oh, so you do be climbing there. A narrative first-person platformer with the novel climb anything mechanics and modernize the retro 3D graphics. I don't know why, but like quite often these graphics nowadays for me just kind of like so curious that no always like, you know, eye-catching. I don't know why. Probably there's like a lot of like really dang games with this kind of art style, like, you know, the way the dang kind. So it kind of always piques my interest. Full humanized mix through. That is true. Yeah, probably like more aimed towards like the Gundam, you know, fans. And the same as was explained already many times, right? Why people make everything kind of like anthropomorphic and everything, right? Because it's just easier to relate and everything. And yeah, with mechs is like, yeah, there's already existing fandom of mech enjoyers, so people just kind of try to aim towards that, I guess, more. We'll see, might be nice, might be nice. Yeah, Deadlock, Valve's new multiplayer shooter, now has bare bones Steam page. There be Steam page now too, of course. There it is. To be announced, everything. Lots of temporary art and experimental gameplay. Includes tags that filter out hentai. I see. Already going well, looks like. A limited friend invites playtesters. I'll see, maybe I'll check, but yeah, like in general, kind of not literally exactly my jam. I would say failing at their own Steam page. Well, I mean, for themselves, they can do the algorithm as much as they want, you know. No one can stop them. You can now filter Steam reviews to show those who played mostly on Steam Deck. That's a cool feature. I think that's pretty nice. So you will be able to see, you know, people reviewing it with the Steam Deck. Played mostly on Steam Deck. It's still gonna be kinda probably not super like precise in that sense, because they've already, even like in Skull and Bones there was I think someone with the Steam Deck stuff, and I don't know if they actually like tried to play it mostly on Steam Deck. I don't think you can filter those yet. No, you have the helpfulness system there. I've clearly seen one when we were checking this one, for example. I replayed this game primarily on the Steam Deck. At the time of writing, 8.2 hours. Great game, also fun on Steam Deck, actually. Damn, son. See, that's the niche for Skull and Bones, man. It actually runs and is good for Steam Deck. There it is, dude. I want the Steam Deck someday? Don't think so. Not really, actually. Like, if I'll ever gonna like commit more to, like, you know, like the deving and stuff, it could be kind of nice to test things, especially if I'm gonna be committing, you know, to some like really little, you know, kind of these like bite-sized things. The Steam Deck for them is probably a really good environment, actually, so it would be nice to have them adjusted for it. Yeah, but other than that, not really. Like, I'm not really kind of like handheld gamer in general. Like, I don't really play on phone. Unless it's something I already play on PC, and, you know, like, it's mostly like which games I even played on my phone ever. Hearthstone, just because, like, I wasn't able to be at the PC on the summer house or something, and I wanted to, you know, to farm, you know, dailies and stuff like that, so I was playing that long time ago. And I think actually Honkai Star Rail, when I was still playing that shit, and I also went to some like summer house or something, and I didn't want to miss like some like event or whatever thingy, so I installed that shit and played it a bit on phone. Those were the only games, the only times, so it's like something I already played somewhere else. Or played, at least. Not playing any of those nowadays. Got 0.1% bonus to profits, yeah. Other than that, yeah, I'm kind of not really that much into if like it would be, well, I mean, at this point right now, I kind of don't really care. Like, I would get one if the streaming on it would be nice. So if I could use it as like a streaming machine, right? Well, like, for example, like the laptop or something as the main gaming device, that would be kind of cool. Because I already kind of like sometimes regretting that I built like a full-fledged PC to take with me, when I could just get another laptop, because like my first laptop is a fucking beast, man. Ended up, I just didn't expect it to be that good. Otherwise, if I knew, I would just get two laptops instead. One like gonna be running the rendering and stuff, the streaming, the encoding, and another one just for games. But now I just like carry that PC that is like, you know, at least like 3 times, more like 5 times heavier than the laptop. It also has an issue now, like we're moving again in October, right? I will need to, first of all, I will need to unplug the GPU, that's for sure, because with GPU it's over 10 kilos. And then I think the airlines will most likely will be taking, I think they have carry-on luggage only 8 kilos, so I will need to also strip fucking 2 kilos somehow from there, and I don't know, I will see, I guess, how to do it, and if I can do it even. If I can get to the PSU and remove it, maybe that will be, but I'm kind of not sure if it will be 2 kilos there. So it's just like more annoyance. When the laptop I would just like throw in, and that's it, it's like 2-3 kilos maximum. But well, already committed, it is what it is. Yeah, it is what it is. Maybe at some point, just like sell the PC or something, for example. Especially before I upgraded the GPU, that should be not really that big of a problem to sell it. Yeah, Arturis, to go to the gym to lift the PC? Oh, that's not a problem. Like, I actually don't really mind the weight and stuff. It's literally just the airlines and stuff. Like, if it wouldn't be up to like traveling with it, there will be no problems. Like when we went with the car, for example, no problems, no limitations. I wasn't even unplugging GPU, just like put those 10 something kilos on you and go. But yeah, on the airplane, not exactly. Not exactly, man. They have limits there, sadly. A laptop, the second one would be better. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe in one of the next stops I will at some point just like sell the PC and get another dang laptop or something. Could be nice. If I would know the laptop will be that good actually, I would just get 2 laptops and whatever. But I have a laptop right now for encoding and the PC for gaming. Which obviously is better, but yeah. Thankfully, sadly, no matter how small you try to go with building it, like I got the very small tower and everything, all the small stuff in there. And it's still kinda heavy. Still kinda heavy, unfortunately. Not the best for the nomad lifestyle, let's put it that way. The Eye of the Commando, classic turn-based dungeon crawling with an 80s action and movie twist. It's the dungeon crawler. With some scuff Duke Nukem. A grid-based island HQ of a group of non-specific international terrorists deliver hotly the freedom turn after turn. The turn-based FPS, sorta, yeah, you could say so. You could say so. Seems dank. Already scared of having PC delivered to you? Well, I mean, the professional's gonna do it better, you know. Like, you could even put it in the luggage, really, but then you need, like, a really good bag for that, too, because otherwise it's gonna be probably taking a bit of a beating. And then you still probably... Well, actually, in the small case, there are benefits. Small case have way less space, right, for anything to move, really. Like, my GPU, like, pretty much, like, lays down on the coolers at the bottom. So like even there's like some shaking, it doesn't really, you know, go somewhere, because in my big case for my GPU I needed to use this like crutch there basically, so it doesn't, you know, like bend the contact pretty much. And well, I mean, they're probably gonna just drive it to you. I don't think they're gonna send anything with the plane or something, so it should be no problems. Should be no problems. Flint. Experience the golden age of piracy through a strong and original narrative. Real-time exploration, turn-based tactical combat, and Flint Treasure of Oblivion. 24th of October, actually, and not even the early access. And the tactical turn-based stuff. With some dice rolling. The Berg Black reusing the Skull and Bones outfit there. I see how it is. I'll see how it is. So there is your pirate RPG there. Getting them treasures. Given Lagan. Well, we got the idea. Once Human celebrates over 10 billion downloads and Steam top seller spots with free login goodies. If you play, you can get the free shit between now and September 15th. Get the free shit. And once Human is pumping, then 10 billion downloads. Top seller spots on Steam in 11 different countries. Still number 6 globally and number 5 in the United States on the platform. Not bad, eh? Ooh, there it is. Ashes of Copium boosts its Alpha Access bundle offerings following gamer uproar. Ah, classic. And the Alpha 2 test coming in. The first, second, and third wave bundles now include access to Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2, a month of subscription time when the game goes live, eventually. $15 worth of cash shop currency to buy cosmetics. And while the bundle prices are still at $120, $110, and $100 respectively. Oof, dude. Remember those beautiful times when like, oh, new MMO is coming, close beta test, apply, put your info in, which games you tested, boom, boom, apply. Getting the key, downloading, testing, feels good. Nope. That would be $100, sir. Intrepid Studios explains that the bundle prices represent a Realm and CDN codes associated with the live service product, while warning people away from buying if they expected a completed game. Dude. Arrested Past otherwise explains the test pass phase features and phases. October 25th with weekend tests on Fridays through Sundays. Phase 2 will have 5-day testing every week starting December 20th. To be honest, like super early tests and everything, like they might be not actually even that good for you to participate, dude. Because like the closed beta and stuff usually is already like kind of finished product. Like all the closed beta tests I played in MMOs, they pretty much, most of them I think were already like pretty much finished product. Like I played a lot of closed beta tests. I don't even remember all of them, but like Warhammer Online, you know, DC Universe Online, and Arcade, all those I didn't play, and they all were kind of already like very like usually was closed beta like few months before release, pretty much. This sounds like it's gonna be like super raw shit. Like this, it sounds like something you need to have people to play for free, to be honest, you know, because it's that raw. But they have so much hype that I guess they can kind of afford selling it, so why not? I mean, as long as they deliver in the end, like sure, if people are ready to sponsor the development, like props to them. I just hope they will deliver in the end. And if I would get an access, I would check it for sure. For sure. Co-op action RPG Atlas Fallen gets a full free revamp in 2024. Well, I mean, it already did, I think, with the Reign of Sand update. So yeah, that one apparently, that one didn't go well, but it seems like they actually be turning it around a bit. They also have Game Pass with it now, I think, with that update. Reign of Sand, yeah, there it is. Yeah, mostly positive, very positive recently. So they actually made the Sand a little more fun, looks like. Reworked now. Good game, perfect lane, good combat, and just fun. Played at launch. New update, bunch of small changes, help opening, make combat better experience. Not nerf sharing, but a solid half-point improvement on 10-point scale. Something worth try, especially on current 50% sale. Kudos to devs for sticking with it. True. Also on Game Pass, yeah, it is now added on Game Pass with this update. A roleplay being a battle pass grinder. In Ashes, you think so? Not sure. Ashes actually does have a kind of big layer of kind of like dankness there. Because I think, if I remember correct, the creator pretty much was a huge arcade enjoyer or something. So they're gonna have a lot of like player-driven things going there. Now the game kind of was like, why a game even became like the copium material is because the guy who started all that stuff is basically like, I don't remember exactly, was he also devs or something somewhere, or like some businessman or whatever, but basically dude just kind of had some money laying around and decided to make his own dream game. fully kind of self-funded, but then I guess kind of realized that, you know, you can't really self-fund an MMO unless you like business or something, I guess. So that's when they started to, you know, to sell the founders packs and all those things. And because development probably also taking a while now. So people still on kind of copium for that one. We'll see. I just see like so much disappointment already with like all those like long coming. I mean, dude, the fucking Camelot Unchained. Like I'm so happy that back then I couldn't Kickstarter them. Like I'm so happy, man, because that has been already so many fucking years and we're still waiting for that shit. There is still nothing. A RuneScape inspired A Brighter Shores says it won't officially be complete until PvP arrives. Well, there's more updates on that one now already. Laniatis-owned Idea Fabric claims repopulation is back online, renews assault on former contractor. The repopulation already out again. Development of the game was ended in January 2023. A dev group contacted by Idea Fabric to put the sci-fi sandbox together. So now it's returning. 2023 announcement, surprise response from Idea Fabric last week that laid out several claims. Chiefly repopulation is back online, Hero Cloud and Hero Engine builds have been reinstalled, and that TGS Tech is attempting fraud. So they decided to buy the old MMO that was closed. Property of Idea Fabric, absolutely true. Repopulation is not the only thing belonging to Idea Fabric. Engine on which this game was built, its software, audiovisual content, intellectual property belongs to UIF. The statement that TGS does not own the game is absolutely correct, but it is incomplete. TGS does not own anything. TGS has hijacked the trademark rights of Idea Fabric PLC, has not handed over Repopulation Driver, Hero Engine Corporate per force, and despite lacking the authority to develop, sell or sub-license the Hero Engine source code, has seen itself as the IP owner. The claim that Repopulation was transferred to UF Studios and that the Facebook, Twitter pages were handed over is completely false. Nothing was handed over to us, not even the Steam page, which we had to retrieve from Valve with great difficulty. Woman in charge of TGS is the real scam artist. As Idea Fabric PLC, we are preparing to sue this woman and everyone in the company. TGS has no rights to any new branding or to continue maintain anything belonging to Idea Fabric. Why is it always like with all the like all those like somewhat obscure old MMOs? It is always like some drama and fiesta going on, dude. Like the Fallen Earth, well, Fallen Earth wasn't that much crazy of a drama, but it's still like the whole story, I guess, is kind of quite the novel there, you know. Now this one and Fallen Earth, those are all on my radars back in the day. Well, I was too poor really to play like the subscription-based stuff, so I kind of like never really got around to those. And they just saw that they kind of all pretty much failed and died. And now they kind of coming back, you know, somehow. Fallen Earth is being reworked, I think, in Unity and gonna be relaunched or something. This one is being acquired by a different studio and again kind of trying to launch it, I guess. So we'll see. I mean, maybe that's gonna be worth visiting even. Ash is gonna be Giga PvP focus. It's kind of like faction focus, like guilds focused, I guess. Yeah, there's gonna be like some land owning going on, kind of New World style, but maybe a little more engaged compared to New World. Like there's gonna be like people who gonna be like sort of like mayors, you know, governors of lands. The guilds are gonna be setting up like the taxes and stuff. You're gonna be getting like the plots of land to build your shit. So yeah, basically it's gonna be like kind of like more on the hardcore end of things. But I do kind of feel they also like try to balance it with a little bit more usual casual stuff. So we'll see how that's gonna go. A New World will be a featured IP in Amazon's new secret level animated series. Yeah, so that one that the show that we saw gonna have New World there too, right? All of a sudden we're gonna get the New World there too, huh? I mean, I'm gonna probably watch at least the Warhammer stuff. That I will. Everything else we'll see. But who knows? Maybe. Maybe. Greg Street's Ghost MMO devs talk community, quest design, open development, and the beginning of outside playtest. Mo Ghosts is then a wholesome chaos, clearly done with an affectionate tone. Thus opens the latest video podcast from the studio, features community manager Faye V to talk about how FPC is managing his community and Ghost's open development. Design choices. Stopgap solutions for problems that arise in playtesting, such as party members using a flare to find one another since there is no minimap, or how to guide players without hand-holding, particularly in the case of quests in the randomly generated blue zones. Question of AI tools also come up at one point, with the devs agreeing that those tools have their uses but only for grunt work, leaving creativity up to humans. A classic. Public playtesting likely won't happen this year, but when it does, there likely won't be an NDA in order to gather additional feedback. Kinda like that kind of meta, I guess you can say, with kind of like doing less of the NDA stuff already for the playtesting. I mean, still, obviously, there's like early playtesting and stuff that is like done by probably, usually, hopefully, but the professional playtesters. But at least, yeah, at least now they do when they do like the moss tests, they at least can allow you to stream it and stuff and make videos and everything. Skyverse is a new Bohemia published Minecraft-esque multiplayer survival sandbox. Then Bohemia publishing some Minecraft. Developed by Enjoy Studio and published through Bohemia. A novel take on the RPG and sandbox survival genres. A voxel sandbox RPG with a first-person perspective and an open auto-generated world. Players take on the role of an airship captain in single-player multiplayer co-op modes and travel through a detailed world filled with floating islands that are open for exploration. Game combines elements of combat crafting, RPG character personalization, offers fully destructible environment that provides players with complete freedom to traverse, build, and survive. Game will offer full support for a cooperative and multiplayer modes, allowing players to explore the endless world together with friends. Already on Steam for wishlisting. Insane. Flagged early access. I see. Fallout 76 video previews milepost Zero's features, confirms a September release. Guys, developer preview? Nah, then kinda whatever. It's gonna be up in there. I might check it, but we'll see. I might just wait until already like the ghouls drop or something. Because I kind of like played so much already recently that I'm just like, maybe I'll just skip that season completely. Or maybe just like stream it for a little bit and then kind of dip. We'll see. Because it's also like 3rd of September, my birthday, and like almost, you know, like Space Marines and other stuff. If I will be playing that, of course. So we'll see. We'll see. Corepunk wipes its Alpha 4 a second time, says it will keep this build online through the end of October. Damn, another one. A second full wipe of its 4th Alpha to address a character bug, yeah? Hopes to continually run the remainder of this test through the end of October while not promising that it wouldn't wipe again. Well, I mean, that's why tests are for, after all. Studio apologized for the August 16th wipe, saying we understand this may negatively impact some players' motivation to continue playing, and you are right to feel that way. However, bugs that drastically diminish the value of progression for all other players are critical and must be addressed first and foremost. Additionally, it is crucial for our work and highly effective in tuning and fixing the game. That's what you also kind of gonna be like alpha test too, right? And Ashes, like people pay like 100 to 130 bucks to play on that playtest, right? And there's gonna be some bug, and there's gonna be wipe, and those people will be fucking seething there, and you can't just tell them like, you know, that's a test, bro. That is how it is, like because they paid money for it, you know, and they're gonna be molding. I mean, kind of rightfully so, even though they knew what they're buying, but still they paid money for it. That's kind of the problem with all those like paid playtesting things too. Don't recognize these names anymore. Oh man, like when you go like in this like the MMO hole, that things get dinged, dude. It's even more unrecognizable. I kind of like not in the loop for a while. The Corepunk I kind of know somewhat, at least, and like Ashes, for example. This one I wouldn't even remember, but like I saw the style and I saw from whom, and then oh, it's this one. All right. Brighter Shores announces early access launch date of November 5th. So there it is. That's from the creators of RuneScape. And the actual founders and co-founder, rather. So we'll see. We will see. Maybe. Project was first announced in March. Free to play with 2 zones offering hours and hours of content, while additional stories and zones will be behind the premium pass purchase. How much content will be in early access build isn't confirmed, but we do know that the game won't be considered feature complete until optional PvP is included. So in November we'll be able to see. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Like November is like when I already planned a bunch of stuff, a bunch of Ragnarok playing, but more. There goes Path of Exile, there goes this, there goes like Stalker delay into November. Like, thank you. That was a nice clean month without much happening. Not anymore. Ubisoft lays off 45 from US offices. Restructuring results in job cuts across Ubisoft San Francisco and Red Storm Entertainment. I think we had this last week, wasn't it? Red Storm, I just remember. That was there. Oh, that was there. And the suffered setback in May. I would remember. Ubisoft San Francisco, meanwhile, is the team behind publishers recently launched online shooter X Defiant. Damn, XD already not pumping it hard anymore. Decided to trim it a little bit. Weekly layoffs, yeah, you kind of just get confused already because like everyone's laying off everyone. You already kind of, oh, these guys again? You know, I thought they did recently. Games actors raise concerns over recording sexually explicit scenes without notice. Arts Union Equity issues guidance for recording explicit or intimate sequences. Son, actors said that the cultural secrecy around projects results in scripts not being shared until the day of filming. Professional casting director Jessica Jeffries, who also has experience as a motion capture performer, said the only information studios would provide would be an email or call for when they were needed. Told BBC she once turned up to a shoot involving a sexual assault without being told beforehand. Turned up and was told I would be filming a graphic rape scene. The act could be watched for as long or as little time as the player wanted through a window, and then the player would be able to shoot this character in the head. It was purely gratuitous in my opinion. She was refused to act out the scene and was the only female on set. Her scene was not filmed as a result. There's no nudity involved, but it's still an act and there is an intimacy in that act and also violence in this situation. Yes, there may be a layer of lycra between us, but you are still there and still having to truly immerse yourself in this scene. Jeffrey said performers should know about this sort of content in advance so they don't feel pressure to do something they don't want to do. I mean, that should be like preferably from the beginning, I guess. You know, you need to know what kind of character you're playing and what kind of, you know, content will there be with the character, and are you ready for that or not, I guess. Especially now that they expect it to shag animals in all RPGs, damn son. You're really on that bear there. I see how it is, huh? You just can't forget that bear. Don't understand why they aren't getting the script. I don't know, maybe they're like some afraid of leaks or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think you kinda need to get into the character to understand what you're gonna be dealing with for sure. For sure. Had to vocally match the scene, and the glass in the booth was the entire team, all male watching me. It was excruciating. At that stage, I had been in the games industry a while and I had never felt so shaken. That upset me so much about the situation as I was put on the spot. Nobody thought to ask me if I was okay. Nobody checked to see if I was okay afterwards. Fear should be labeled as a troublemaker for speaking up. Consultant Jeffries, these include a summary of the story, scene breakdown, and scripts should be distributed to all cast members in advance. Makes sense. Performers should be able to request a closed set where access is kept to a minimum. I mean, true. Competent intimacy coordinator should be engaged there. competent intimacy coordinator. Damn, son. They're gonna you gotta use that in your, like, you know, in your bio on like a social media or something. The insane strats, dude. Guidelines adjust to bring it even more in line with the best practices in the film and TV industry. Yeah, you already kind of have all those like standards in like the movies and stuff, right? Like it's not like it's some new things really. Like actors already dealing with that there. Why not, you know, get it up to date with the existing standards then? Larian hired intimacy coordinators for his actors voicing and performing intimate scenes. Damn, they are some experts on bear sex there probably. See how it is, Yeah, the intimacy coordinators. There it is, man. See, now I know what the job to strive for, you know. I was misled all my life. When I grow up, I want to be an intimacy coordinator. The state of games publishing, the era of the generalist indie publisher is over. Games publishers scale back their efforts or close entirely. What does the future look like for the indie side of the industry? There it is. Everyone's comfortable working in porn, shocking, yep. Exactly. And I mean, like I can see why like some of the studios like don't go for like all this like giga romancing and stuff, because yeah, that also kind of if you voice act and stuff, that also leads to some interesting and weird situations, I guess. I've been publishing for almost 10 years and it's always been uncertain. Says Simon Byron, who is currently MD of Yogscast Games. Can never predict exactly how a game will perform before it is out. You can have a sense, sure, but accurately forecasting a game's sales is impossible. I certainly never got it spot on, and that's tricky for particular companies who have pressures to provide certainty to its shareholders. What we're seeing at the moment are huge changes in the market, where forecasting models haven't caught up with the oversaturation, the impact of subscription services, and the prevalence of aggressive discounting. Companies that overstretch during times of plenty now find themselves in a world where more agile companies are moving in and performing better. Still tremendously excited about the market. Great games launching all the time and breakout hits popping off week after week. Not that people aren't buying games, far from it. It's that the foundations some companies have built their operations about rely on game selling in a realistic amount. The rule. Many of these companies are still very profitable, which is what makes it even more heartbreaking. A lot of the costs and unrest come from public companies and shifting corporate priorities. I believe there is some inherent tension between public companies. The hooded over is actually, yeah, the Snow Rui. A desire to have predictable revenue trending well at quarterly and annual intervals, and the reality of game development, which is fundamentally unpredictable both in timing and in results. Held a series of publishing roles at Sega, Tencent, most recently CEO of Curve. Publishers are rebalancing the stability and risk elements within their business. A more predictable catalog and long-tail games performance underpins stability for publishers, whereas the risk is mostly investing in new IP and new games of existing IP. Overinvestment in new games, and in some cases under-delivering quality, has been a factor. Now, I don't think you can like over-invest really in new games, but you do easily under-deliver in quality, that's for sure. This, together with the continued strong performance of major titles and increasing number of new games, had created the most competitive environment we've seen. This has challenged publisher expertise when releasing games and impacted the ability on the confidence to invest in new games. One indie developer said to me last month that their strategy with their upcoming release was to put themselves in the best places to get lucky. Had observed that although there had been plenty of indie hits in recent months, there appeared to be no rhyme or reason to it. So we asked our publishers whether spotting potential hits has become harder. That's an impossible task, really. co-founder and chief of the marketing officer at Devolver. Most people look at various indicators to explain success or a near miss after the fact, and they say all the writing was on the wall, but no one really knows ahead of time. I mean, kinda true. I don't know, like in some cases, like you kinda like with Concord, everyone like saw that really, because like $40, you know, PvP shooter is not something that will do good. Like everyone, when everyone saw that, everyone said that, like literally. Let's see. In some games, it's hard to say though. I agree that in some cases it is kind of hard to say. Like something might be all kind of like the card one, for example. We saw we were checking in the beginning of my my news segment, right? Like in my book, when I played it, like it has issues, sure, but like it would be kind of like solid, you know, like mostly positive, very positive, like decent amount of reviews and sales probably. And then it's like none, you know, like 5 reviews and nowhere to be found anymore. And not even those are not kind of that crazy good. Eh? It is not written on the wall in data. And the end is about finding something compelling that offers an audience a unique experience and connecting with that audience by any means necessary. There are some great indicators like wish lists, coverage data, and whatnot, but that is all stifled a little bit when you see set a game live and start asking for people's money and time. That is kind of true though. Like you can ask like, oh, yo guys, like, would you want like that? And everyone will be like, yeah, sure, Pog, and then like, oh yeah, well there is that. It's like it's $20, and like, whoop, no one wants that anymore. The nature of the business that sales will constantly surprise both by overperforming and underperforming against expectations, but that doesn't help when running a business, so it's understandable that we cling to any pre-launch metrics we can. But publishing isn't a science, and there is a real danger when it's treated as such, particularly when we ascribe value to pre-launch wishlists and the idea there is a number you should have and a range of what sales you can expect from those wishlists. I was talking to one publisher last year on the subject of wishlist. They told me they won't launch a game unless it has over a specific number. I told them how many we had when we launched PlayTop, and I was told that wasn't enough. We sold over 200,000 units in the first month, which was significantly more than predicted, and they subsequently issued a profit warning. And neither of them were right on how well the game would do, but that focusing too much on a wishlist number could be counterintuitive, because if you got a good one, you might relax more. And one wishlist equals one sale, yeah. The truth is, you need to remain hungry through launch and beyond. Given how easy they can be to influence, I find wishlists quite a cold metric. Indeed, much of the research around conversions ignores the quality of the game. At Yogscast Games, we much prefer looking at how players are engaging with our games in more intimate ways, which is why median playtime in demos and playtests is the key metric for us, followed by external growth on platforms like Discord. If you can see a game gaining traction outside your core circles, that's a bigger sign of success than some magic wishlist number. There are always lower odds that, although it may seem counterintuitive, risk aversion is actually the riskier approach. Those that are willing to experiment and remain agile will find their hits in the build and an engaged audience. Playing it safe isn't going to be very safe at all. But at some point probably it won't, yeah, because people will get tired of all the safe stuff. People will want to play something new. People will want to put money where something cool and interesting is, rather than like buying another, you know, another Assassin's Creed or something. It will take a while though, and it will take actually a lot of studios to switch to this mode, because like people still buying after all the years those Call of Duties every year and FIFAs and everything. And then they go and leave negative review that it's the same shit again, and then next year they're gonna buy it again and go leave the same review again. So that is probably not happening anytime soon though. Relatively new publishers such as Kepler and Hooded Horse are making a strong impact. It's refreshing to see, and they seem to be well structured with smaller teams close to the games and developers with a very clear understanding of their niche, and really pretty close to content creators too, I have to say. Yeah, Gastamania, that we do. Hello. I referred to my earlier point of balancing stability and risk. Publishers who experienced a significant growth phase before hitting the corrective impact of recent years are transitioning. Newer and smaller publishers have been able to study the market in different ways. They can build a publishing business from a different starting point. The horse is very small, they never sell out to Satan. I mean, I wouldn't say they're small though at this point, like with Manor Lords and stuff. I would say that's kind of big. But I do hope so, like I really like them. Like it's a really banger titles. They have a really good like relationship with content creators. It's probably like the best, you know, publisher in that sense. And they treat you with respect and everything. Like it's nice. It do be really refreshing, you know. Like you feel like you're interacting with with humans, not with some like faceless corporate basically that just kind of like, well, here's the link to request the key and everything, you know. The publishing stuff count being small, yeah, and they like a lot of like the content creator managers and stuff are basically also content creators too, so that is pretty nice. Yeah, and they have the niche. They go for niche. The same with the Fire Squid, for example, too. They do try to go for like, you know, tactical strategies, that kind of stuff. And both Fire Squid and like Hooded Horse also organize the tactic one, for example, right? So yeah, it's nice. It's nice. They have some overlapping, like even like some overlapping people working on them, I think. I do respect both. I do respect both. Isn't in turn there's like some other ones like it also joined one and like the content creator collective and stuff there, and it's also like email like, oh yeah, do you want to check this game, like send us a request if you're interested. And looking, well, like looks kind of alright, yeah sure, send me the key. In silence, you know, like forever already, like email lost somewhere. Like nice, good shit, dude. And before it was also, I think, like on Twitter or something, like, oh, you down to get some, like, you know, keys and stuff? I'm like, yeah, sure, like, throw some my way, I'll check. Maybe something, if something is interesting, I would cover that. And also silence. I'm like, all right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. But yeah, they have the niche. They basically kind of picked their niche there that they're working with. Like you see an email from them, like I see email from them, I kind of like know pretty much like 90% that it's something I'm gonna like cover. Yeah, the only ones I kind of didn't do that they sent to me is like Necess, really. And I probably will when it will be releasing. Market out again such rapid change that we are still trying to figure out how the various ecosystems interact with each other. Players have so much content available, often for free, pennies or as part of subscription, that the old models no longer apply. The era of the generalist indie publisher is over. Publishers really need to have a focused offering, something they bring that can be replicated by anyone else. We are already seeing a shift. Just look at the emergence of specialist publishers and labels who really focus on particular sectors. They seem to be performing better than those without a particular genre of expertise. It's so much more effective to build a community around publishing identity rather than across a collection of disparate games. Yep. And they also like pick a lot of like content creators that also focus on like, you know, like city builders and stuff like that. Like I'm kind of more of a generalist there, I guess. But yeah, they do kind of like know their niches there. Self-publishing and the knowledge needed to do it will have never been more available. Publishers will really have to prove their value and offer good terms, and self-publishing is not a bad alternative right now, and that's as things should be. Self-publishing is a fantastic option for those that can and want to tackle it all themselves, and there's been an immense amount of success through self-publishing the past few years, and it's inspiring to watch. The issue is there are more developers and projects than there are resources to help them, and ultimately only so much money and maybe more importantly time for players to support those projects. Yeah, that's a good point too. More importantly time. That's the case nowadays. I do agree with that. It kind of depends. Like, I feel like the people who are like, you know, have a lot of time or don't play a lot of games, those are the people who are kind of like end up like, I don't know, it's like correlation, causation, I'm not so sure, but those are the people who are like on the surface there. They play, you know, like FIFA a year, Call of Duty a year, maybe like one more, like, you know, like super big banger, you know, AAA blockbuster, and then they just like don't play anything else. Because like I feel like anyone who kind of like plays like a lot of stuff, a lot more like niche things, they kind of like don't really have a lot of time for that because there's so much stuff to play. It's kind of like with streams, you go like to some stream and there's like gonna be like someone just watching YouTube and someone will be like, oh, play some games. There's no games, man. It's like it's like it's trash. There's nothing to play now, and you're just sitting there like, dude, I wish I had those problems, man. I don't know how to find time to play everything. There's so much cool stuff, dude. Going into stuff has way more time than average normal grown-up gamer, but yeah, they also have way more things, you know, fighting for that time. The average, like, grown-up, you know, like the Call of Duty gamer, they have, like, you know, maybe less time, but they also kind of don't really spend that time on anything. And those are probably being, like, nowadays being served by, like, Game Pass or something. Like, they bought, you know, their Xbox to play FIFA a year, and then they also have, like, Game Pass running, and they just kind of like, kind of, like, tired already of, like, playing this FIFA, and new FIFA is, like, only, you know, like, 2 months away, so... Well, let's, like, see what's on Game Pass and play something. Iltan, Sword. No, there is now already, well, we're kind of gonna get to that also somewhat. A lot of people also like in that age category, but they do still kind of have time. But they also still sort of like, you know, like the preferences in gaming are way different there though. Like they actually lean more towards like just like playing like some like live service. Like Fallout 76 has a lot of these people nowadays. Like I checked the Fallout 76 Reddit and there's like, oh, I'm like a 60 years old gamer, you know, and I kind of like was struggling with like doing this, but I did it. Here's like my screenshots and everything, and like yeah, here's your updates, dude. Or like we're playing with my wife and stuff, you know, and like those kind of things. So there is like a lot of people who like roll in those games nowadays too. The level of permanent change, organizational disruption is resulting in excellent talent being available in the market. We will see new publishers starting and creating businesses in ways they wouldn't otherwise have done so. Can see that the unfortunate culling down of studios and publishers will continue for a bit longer, but from those ashes I would expect to see new small studios full of talented developers from all areas of the industries learning from the mistakes of their former executives. Yeah, just like the guys who left, who was at Kotaku or whatever. No, not Kotaku, someone else. Who made their own publishing, their own mass media journalism thingy. That also ended up with one of them becoming the corporate CEO guy who ruined everything again. So yeah, surely everyone will learn from mistakes of their former executives. Measure creative risks to continue to push the medium forward into unexpected directions. Feels like there is a category of larger companies that have probably become too big to take real creative risks. Ooh, huge category. If you even want to call it a risk, and will continue to fall back on the well-trodden territory they know well and can sell to their existing audiences. Small studios will create new subgenres that break out, and those risk-averse larger companies will follow suit with their versions later. Yeah, that will take like 7 years to release, and by the time they will actually release, no one's gonna be playing that shit. Seen it with Battle Royales, Party Royales, etc. And I have no doubt we'll see a rush of AAA takes on games like Little Company and Pacific Drive. No doubt a pretty dark time on the game-making side of things, but I genuinely believe that this chaos will result in a new era of creativity. Yeah, like AAA kind of Little Company stuff, I could kind of see it. But yeah, like by the time they will make it, there will be already so much of that on the market. And you kind of don't really, honestly, like stuff like Little Company, stuff like multiplayer-ish things, or some small things like Vampire Survivors and stuff, like there is like no place for AAA budget. Unless you kind of want to push it all in marketing or something, but then you also gotta price that game kind of cheap, so you can't really like, you know, push it too much. You can't say like, sell like, I don't know, like Warcraft, you know, Vampire Survivors or something. Warcraft Survivors for like, you know, $60 a pop probably, because like there's so many of those games already available for like fucking $2-3 and less. That who will buy your shit, man? Who's mental enough? All down for more Pacific Drive likes? Yep, I would be down too. I would be down too. That was good. 89% of Devcom speakers believe AAA games don't need additional purchases. True. Premium was most popular business model, with only one respondent favoring free-to-play games with odds. Oof, that one person there, dude. Survey of 100 speakers out of 300 industry experts who will take the stage over the next 2 days. 89% said AAA titles can be financially successful just by being buy-to-play. I do absolutely agree. 65 favored premium model for both digital and physical games. 31% said AI should be used as little as possible, 21% said it would benefit code and production, and another 18% advocated its use in marketing and communication. How are you gonna use communication? Please don't, man. There's already like one of the banks I open account in, right? Like they have like this group chat with the... Like, I thought it was like, oh, it's nice, you know, they have like some manager answering in the group chat, that's so good. And then I realized that was, I think it is some fucking bot and it's PPG shit, like it's useless, man. Like when you just arrive, it's kind of like, seems like, oh, alright, that answers some questions and stuff. And then you realize that the answers are like the same shit pretty much. And whenever it's like actually something that requires the answer, it usually just goes like, oh yeah, you can call our hotline and stuff. And like, well, alright, nice. Good communications, dude. Let's see what I see. One sec. Soundtrack switched again. No. Let's get transistor, sure. 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 Less than 10% said AI should be used in art and animation. Less than 5% said it should be used in narrative design. And one speaker predicted AI will replace human translation and localizations within the next 2 years. That I can see them trying to do really hard. That I can see. I'm in general kind of like all up for like improvements in terms of like translation and stuff, because now that we started traveling and stuff, it actually is really good to have that stuff. When you nowadays just kind of like press the up and just like, you know, put the camera on like the fucking price tag in the store and you actually see what you're buying and for how much. That is very good, man. Because for some reason, in many places, so far in most of the places, no one bothers with the price tags in English or something. Like, no one does. There's like literally maybe a couple of stores, couple of supermarkets here that have the English at least like somewhat. And sometimes it's also like not the best English, I guess. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that seems like in a few years, looks like. Not exactly right now. The subject of industry biggest challenges, more than half cited market saturation, while 46% said increasing development costs was the biggest barrier companies face. 57 of speakers predict industry layoffs will continue over the next 12 months, with just under half of these expecting the pace of job cuts to accelerate. Oh, then some just under half actually think it's gonna get worse. Oh. Just 5 people expected layoffs to slow down and hiring to increase. Ooh, that sounds worse than all those analytics before, at least, you know. Sounds way worse, man. That dude's doom scrolling there. It's market saturation is the biggest challenge. and increasing development costs. I mean, kind of partially both of that true, of course. It's like market saturation, it was kind of always, like, not always, but already for years is like the case. I think it's like the big part of the problem also is like there is a lot of, you know, the live service products, a lot of free-to-play products. Like there's basically just not enough time now. Like it's not that the market is much busier, it's just the market is busier in the ways that kind of like fills way more time for way less money. Let's put it that way. Like amount of games was always kind of big, yeah? And even though it's more now, but there is also more dog shit now too, I would say. More slop being served and stuff, so there is kind of like, effectively there is the same amount on the market, but yeah, it's different concentration. Altan doesn't get laid off, true. Strayfawn survived 8 years as an indie with no investors or publishers. Co-founder Philomena Schwab. That's the co-founder actually. That was the one who was sending me the code for the Wandering Village. And I can't remember the name. The co-founder contacting, not some agency or something, you know. Prides itself on being an independent studio with no publisher or external investors. In the first game, a genetic survival title Niche started getting publisher interest after crowdfunding success. Studio continued to decline offers due to previous experience from making a mobile game which had a publisher that didn't go so well. So I thought next time a game flops, I want to be fully responsible for that game flopping. It's not up to somebody else to flop my game, this will be on me, so we declined the offers that we had. Declined publisher offers even with the recent success of the Wandering Village, despite being harder to say no. 50 or so publishers reaching out. Some were very tempted to work with us, it was such a risky project. But we decided we didn't want to do that, not just because we wanted to keep all the revenue, but also because we didn't want to have any external deadlines and we didn't want to compromise on the game's quality. Assiste USA. Can't loot from the car. Hurry. Never on intention to build a studio and sell it in the next 5 to 10 years. What we wanted to do is build a place where we can enjoy creating games together and make a living. Developers make a living is by earning the same salary. So everyone earns the same. What a twist, man. Tell that to Bobby. Well, Bobby already, I guess, too late though. Tell that to Strauss Zelnick, I guess. Or the THQ dude, eh? But they'll probably beat you instantly on the spot. The only factor for the salary is employee working part-time or full-time. Everybody makes the same amount, everyone knows what each other is earning. I think this gives everybody a lot of motivation because they directly benefit from all the work they have done. That sounds good, huh? Skyrocketed at full launch due to its growing community, sharing the game on social media and getting the attention of streamers. Yeah, they reached out, I did. It was good. True, untrue. That's very lucky first case scenario. It's not very often that you make first a game and it's actually successful, but community building was a very big part of the first success. Baseline and community support helped in having growing number of players invested in whatever games the studio released, regardless of the genre. The 5 games in the studio's portfolio are vastly different from one another. The same can be said for its publishing side, so they publishing too. I think we did something smart because we are signing games that are similar to our last game. This has since enabled Strayfawn to cross-promote the city builders with their latest game and vice versa. My team doesn't want the next game to be the same genre as the last, so the publishing side is going to publish similar games as the ones that we recently made. We're trying to be the publishers that we would have liked to sign with them. For us, it's still a sign thing. We're not really dependent on the revenue from publishing, so if it doesn't work out with the game, we don't want to push too much. Try to contribute, but we don't want to push developers in a certain direction if we feel they have a completely different vision than us. It's all about a lack of time pressure and not wanting to put creative boundaries in place. Blame Breachway? Oh, so you go in November? I thought Breachway will be before the November. But maybe you want to go before Breachway then. A Black Myth Wukong demands influencers don't mention feminist propaganda in coverage. Players also forbidden to discuss China's game industry policies. Damn son, that document actually was confirmed. Forbes reported Paul Tassi confirmed the document, circulated on behalf of game science by marketers Hero Games. It was authentic. Kick. By using the game key and creating content, influencers acknowledge that they have been informed to a list of do's and don'ts that said that to enjoy the game, but not insult other influencers. That's normal. Use offensive language or humor. That's normal. Include politics, violence, nudity, feminist propaganda, fetishization, and other content that instigates negative discourse. Well, yeah, I guess like that part is weird. All right, like. Not including politics is actually a good guideline, to be honest. Like they could just go with that, to be honest, and that would be enough. You don't need to go like deeper in that, really, dude. Forbidden to use trigger words like quarantine, isolation, COVID-19. Like, well, why that though? Avoid discussing content related to China's game industry policies, opinions, news, etc. Just dude, that just go like politics, like forbid politics, and that's it. Oh yeah, Moon just put all of that in the title there, yeah. So do not want to hear some of this shit when you like you go watch the game. You don't need like just like don't include this already, and that's it. Like the thing is like usually like if you receive the key, there is like not a lot. Like there are some things that are going in, like you're not allowed to basically break the rules of the platform. You know, those things you're not allowed to do. Other limitations usually only if it's sponsored. Like if they pay you for that, then they can, you know, kind of try to steer what you're gonna be doing with it, right? If they don't, they usually like don't even limit things that much. So it's just the game key, then like why, man? Like why even trying? If they pay someone, true, you can like avoid some topics, you know, or something, sure. But if it's like for free, basically just giving the key, then I mean. But yeah, just need to remove like the politics and stuff. And that already would be like that would already kind of mean kind of a lot of things under that, guys, right? Just put the politics, and that would be like way less, you know, sensation worthy, I guess, or something. But yeah, weird though. Weird. Like I do think that when it's just the game key and it's not official hashtag odd and stuff, then like who cares? Whatever happens on stream, as long as it doesn't break any rules. But I guess for them that matters. Kind of weird, but you know. Seems like they don't want to get fucked by the regulations that are in their home country with that stuff, I assume. Everything is partly politics now. Yeah, there is a lot of that stuff going, a lot of those talks. I mean, I do agree it kind of gets tiring sometimes, but I mean, it's up to streamer, to be honest. Like if viewers are like, if you send the key to streamer who does that and viewers don't like it, they're just gonna leave and will watch someone else. They're not gonna connect it to your game or something if they're like going about that too much. So kind of whatever, I feel. Like if it's sponsored, then yeah, you need to kind of maybe like it's way better to go with the people who not even like touching all this like political stuff. Has to swear trailer number 1. That would be probably something for the sponsor stream, I guess. I've not responded to a request for comment. Yeah, but those limitations on the reviews, like at this point, they need to be like more. How do you say? Like just don't even try, because there was already like the Marvel Rivals whatever, right? Also had that stuff with like don't compare us to Overwatch or something, and everyone also was like making a meme out of that and stuff. It's just weird, man. Yeah, raises exactly. Like most of the stuff I had, like for sponsorships, for example, like you are not allowed to like just like bash the game or developers with no reason. Like you can criticize, you can talk in negative key, sure, but like don't, you know, make it like too much and don't do it with no reason or something. That's pretty much it. Year raises, yeah. I mean, you can also just buy the game, and I'm pretty sure like for all the big streamers, that's not even like that big of a problem, right? Just buy the game instead of like getting the key, and then they can talk about anything they want. And I think in many cases, like a lot of big streamers, they don't even bother with those keys anymore. It's like more kind of like for us plebs, you know, because you can kind of save a little bit of money that way by not buying the key, right? When your budget's already tight. But a lot of streamers, they just go and buy. Just easier that way than like waiting for some answer or something, or for them to send it to you. They just kind of like go and buy whatever. We're weird about everything now. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's the same with this case also. You can just go buy it. In Marvel's case, yeah, you could just go get the key anyway, yeah. If it's no sponsorship deal, yeah, there should be like kind of no regulations. You're providing the gift sorta, and you can't really attach some rules to the gift really. Sending keys, they kind of do. Like I kind of feel don't quote me on that, right? I just kind of feel that they don't always like pick those keys, because that would be kind of like, you know, oh, this guy like received this guy accepted key for free, so why would we be sponsoring him, you know? Just gonna send him free keys and he gonna be doing us, you know, sponsored segments for free. Like you have sometimes they kind of like think about it sometimes too, as a smaller one too, like, oh yeah, if I'm like accepting all that stuff, like will I be able to get the sponsored offer later, you know? Like for example, what's the name? The Dying Light, for example, like they sponsored me twice. And then at some point they were like, oh yeah, we have this like, you know, content creator like program going on now. You're gonna get like some, you know, like some merch, some swag sent to you and stuff, and access to all those things. I'm like, nah, guys, I like how we worked before, you know. I like how we worked before, and I kind of move all the time, so I don't want to carry a bunch of swag with me, sadly. Don't have an opportunity anymore, so yeah. But they're probably gonna get like a bunch of people in that content creator like program, and like kind of, why would you pay now? Everyone's just like happy, you know, to get the keys for free and stuff. The bit about agreeing to terms or redeeming the key would hold. I think in some countries that wouldn't actually work. I remember something like that. That some of the PPA requirements there wouldn't work. Like if it's actually paid, you know, contract, because like when you do the paid stream, like most of the time, like at least, like you either work with like the platform that does that, the sponsored stream for you, right? And you have some agreement with that company. If you do direct sponsor stream, like the last one I did, for example, for the Forgotten Mines, that literally was like contract signed by director of the company, signed by me. I send them an invoice after, and they pay me through the invoice and stuff. Like it ain't like some, you know, like, oh, yo, dude, you do this thing, and like, you know, like there's still a lot of PPGs who are like, oh yeah, those streamers, they don't put hashtag ad. It's all like half the streams are lie. They're getting paid to like glaze the games and stuff. Like, bro. But it's not done like this. You literally have fucking contracts, you know, signed with invoices, you know, everything goes like through the taxes and stuff. Like shit is like, no one will risk, you know, like getting like some extra just so they can like hush like glaze something. Like no one's gonna be risking that, especially like those guys at the top who already like make a shitload of money. Why would they risk stable income for years by taking some like shady bag to like glaze something without like stating that they're sponsored or something? It's dumb, man. So yeah, when you have like this the contract where you like provide some specific services that are specified there, and you get paid for those services that are specified in invoice and stuff, right? There's your company name, their company name, like then yeah, then maybe they can put some more like terms there, you know. $500,000 every month to push some games, yeah. I wish, man. I wish. I wish. For $500,000 every month, dude, I would play some like little mobile shit, to be honest. Not gonna lie. That would be just like a dumb to refuse something like that. But again, it's like $500,000 for someone who haven't seen, you know, like how much even? Like even 10% of that they haven't seen in their life, really, you know. But damn, that's big. If you already like, you know, like seeing that like $500,000, maybe not in a month, but in a year, that would be just dumb for like making one extra in a month to risk anything, you know. And yeah, keys are sent. Also, another point also about keys being sent to the big ones is that a lot of them, they are being serviced by the management companies. Like if you go to a lot of big streamers, like their email is not going to be their email. It's going to be the management company email. So all those keys, hey Corsad, hello, they all go to the management company. And I mean, I don't know, I haven't dealt with those, but I have a feeling that management company doesn't give a shit really about the free keys and stuff, right? They give a shit about the sponsored offers. So if you're just sending the keys in those emails, the chances are high that they, like, you know, the manager that checks your email just like instantly kind of like, you know, like deletes them. You probably don't even have access to your email, I would assume, I guess. You probably get like some sort of like, you know, like filtered, you know, output basically through the manager because it's your business email. So you just get like paid offers because they get percent from that, right? And from free keys, they don't get any percent, so they're not really interested in like, you know, why. They're not getting anything out of it, so they probably not even like checking those, I would say, quite often. I would guess that's how it goes. Because yeah, like sometimes like I see like, you know, like back in the day even, like I remember I was like getting some like access to some game, even like early access before. I think Dreadgy actually. Was it Dreadgy, I think? I could like stream it, I think, before release a little bit, and then I'm like checking after like raiding Ella, and he's like waiting when the game is gonna release to buy it. Like he could get that key like this, you know, no problems. But well, for some it's easier just to go and buy it. Rather than like trying to get the key around there. 9% of the big streamers don't do their own emails, yeah. And they have the managers doing it. And whatever they still maybe do themselves, there's so much. Like, dude, I'm no one. I'm like, you know, who? But like the emails amount is insane. Like I sometimes even like later down the line, sometimes I come back and like, you know, like do still answer some that I haven't answered because it's just too much. I just kind of like do the sweep and the answering the yo, sorry for late reply, like busy and stuff. But there is a lot. There is a lot. And if you like someone like, you know, like I don't know, like Lyric or someone, you probably your email is just destroyed every time. Yeah, could be that, Ultan. Could be that. Could be that. And then you see also sometimes like some game is out and they just gonna like tweeting the developers like, yo guys, can I get like access to that please or something. Basically. And some devs also kind of hard to find how to reach them out even. Like with some games it's like hard. Some only nowadays have those like you need to join this like content creator, you know, like team. That became really popular nowadays. Some are good, some are kind of like, yeah. Just like literally just so they can avoid paying more. So yeah, it is how it is on the market now. It is how it is. But kind of when you like, you know, on the smaller side, then yeah, like getting the free review keys is a blessing, man. It's like literally saves you so much by just that. That's insane. Like you don't earn anything from that, but you know, you save on that, and that's also good. Whatever you saved, you kind of earn after all. So it's nice to be able to get those keys. I really do appreciate being sent all those Epic Games' free game giveaways have been magical for user acquisition, but some of exclusivity deals were not good investments. What's a twist, man? A few of its EGS exclusives worked extremely well, a lot of them were not good investments. The free games program has been just magical and very economical, even though the idea of giving away games may seem counterintuitive at first. Giving away free games seems counterintuitive as a strategy, but companies spend money to acquire users into games. For about a quarter of the price that it costs to acquire users through Facebook ads or Google search ads, we can pay a game developer a lot of money for the right to distribute their game to our users, and we can bring in new users to the Epic Games Store at a very economical rate. And you might think that this would hurt the sales prospects of games on the Epic Games Store, but developers who give away free games actually see an upsurge in the sale of other paid games on the store just because their free game raises awareness. And it's so much that often developers, when they are about to launch a new game, come with us wanting to work closely off a timed release of a free game just to drive user awareness of the next game. Yeah, that happened actually. It was with CapQuest actually even. It's been an awesome thing, and it's been by far the most cost-effective aspect of the Epic Games Store. It's time, Ultan. Time to give your old games for free to raise awareness about your new game. And do the 5-head move, Gamescom scraps Best Nintendo Game Award due to too few submissions. Damn, Nintendo with no games there. They won't even reply to the email. Feels bad, man. There were too few submissions for the Best Nintendo Switch category this year. The award committee therefore decided to cancel the category. That feel with no games. Hunt Showdown hits new concurrent peak 5 years after release. The new update brings curious players flooding back. Yeah, sadly a lot of those players leaving negative reviews after. Sadly. Black Myth Wukong breaks single-player Steam records on day 1 with 2 million concurrent users. Already was even more there. Going ham. Going ham. Yeah, 88% apparently was the China users, but I mean, I think it's still quite valid. Single-player games are dead, yeah. The other sad part about it I kind of see is that they kind of like set, you know, like such high like standard. And that for other games that not going to be that prominent in China, it's going to be kind of just physically hard to beat that, sadly. So you're kind of like losing, you know, the impressiveness of some other releases because of that potentially later. But that's just kind of like whatever. Katsuka Tanaka, the Japanese voice of Chun-Li and Bayonetta, has died. Feel bad, man. Not the Bayonetta, man. The age of 61. I guess I played Bayonetta mostly with English voice acting, though. There's a Sadgia, man. There's a Sadgia. Ghost of the Shell. Wait, Ghost in the Shell? Huh? Borderlands 4 and Mafia, Old Country, Bookend, Gamescom Opening Night Live announcements. Alright, recap a little bit. Borderlands 4 officially announced for 2025 release. Take-Two close out the show with a teaser for Mafia The Old Country, next installment for Hangar 13 and an origin story for the popular crime action series. Civilization 7 release February 11, 2025. Xbox big announcement the Indiana Jones December 9th, and PlayStation 5 in spring. Upcoming expansion Starfield Shadow Space will launch on September 30th. Masters of Albion Peter Molyneux kick. Techland unveiled next entry in its hit zombie series with Dying Light The Beast. The game originally began development as DLC for Dying Light 2, which launched in 2022. Amazon Games showed its titles signed from UK developer Gloomwade, King of Meat, co-op dungeon crawler, that one. The meme one. As rumored earlier this week, Amazon is also working on an animated anthology series called Secret Level, which features 15 stories. Based on God of War, Sifu, Mega Man, Warhammer 40k, that I'm interested in, Pac-Man, Honor of Kings, Outer Worlds 2, I'm also interested, and more. New World is there too, actually. Last two games gave us first glimpse of Monument Valley 3. Netflix announced Squid Game Unleashed, new title based on South Korean TV show. Little Nightmares developer, next project Reanimal. Coffee Stain remastering 2014 hit Goat Simulator. Not sure what was that about. The trailer was funny, but like the rest was kind of what? Sisok, I see. Hey, we can hello. And it was Honor of Kings, some mobile stuff, I think, wasn't it? Their own Steam-like called Luna. Luna is actually their cloud thing. It's their cloud thing. It's the cloud thing, and with their controller and stuff, you can play in cloud, But I mean, I don't know, maybe they have non-cloud stuff too, that you can just install and play, maybe. Honor of Kings looks like Mobile League, but it has music for Hans Zimmer, yep. It is just a Mobile League, Bandai Namco's Unknown 9 Awakening, the game at the heart of its new transmedia franchise, launched for PC, PlayStation, Xbox. Delay a lot for Lost Records, Bloom and Rage avoid clashing with Life is Strange. A studio announced game will launch in 2 parts, February and March. 4 years after launching on mobile, PC and PlayStation, Hoya vs. free-to-play Genshin Impact coming to Xbox. NetEase team-based hero shooter Marvel Rivals will debut in December. There it is, Xbox confirms Game Pass tiers standard will wait up to 12 months plus for first-party games. Damn, son. Over a year to wait. Subscribers to core and upcoming standard tier will get the curated catalog of 25 and hundreds of high-quality games on console respectively. Up until this point had not been. Okay, some games coming in Game Pass Ultimate Day 1 games will not be immediately available with Game Pass standard and may be added to the library at future date. Up to and then 12 plus, yeah. Up to 12 plus. Wait up 12 months, but it might be 16. True. Amazon's widening a bet on games. They were not hell-bent on just being MMOs. Yeah, they got this, like, the Meat King stuff there, too. Develop and publish games of the highest quality. I got EMEA publishing there too. Insane. The MOBA being made in a Montreal studio. Crystal Dynamics for Tomb Raider. The Maverick. Turning into Cyberpunk Megacorp, yeah. That's about the King of Meat and stuff. Alright. And Lost Ark and New World, yeah, now there's a bunch of other stuff. Throw the Liberty and everything. So not only MMOs, we'll see. Circana reports 10% uplift in US game spending, but admits this will continue to be a difficult year. A significant rebound is expected in 2025. We'll see. The brainless co-op action will take it. I see. A new key fact report says 75% of video game players in Europe are adults and the average age is 31. There it is, man. The overall workforce in Europe is up 6.7% to nearly 115,000 developers. 53% of Europeans play video games. Revenue increased by 5% in France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and UK. Women represent 24.4% of the workforce, an increase of 1.3%. 46% of gamers play on PC, -2 from 2022. 56% on console, -3%, and 68% on smartphones or tablets, -1%. So where's they called the old? Well, where the pluses are though? If everything is in minus, where are they playing, dude? Playtime remained consistent over the past 12 years. Revenue sourced by device reported. PC plus 2% profit. Boog. Nice. A retirement house better have gaming PC when you're 70, yeah. Xbox reveals 4 new accessibility options for disabled players. Yeah, saw this one on their stream. What the new gen is playing? Roblox, Fortnite, you know. That's basically the thing. That's basically the stuff now. Ubisoft acknowledges Ubisoft Plus issue on Xbox. Company says it is investigating and will share an update as soon as possible. Prevented subscribers from linking to its premium Ubisoft Plus subscription service on Xbox. Damn son, we'll share an update, alright. Mostly mobile as well, yep, that is true also. Like even like my sister already was like playing some mobile stuff, I think, most of the time. Even though like she's already like, you know, not really the new generation though. Being like 23 this year. Thunderful calls 2024 a transitional year as net revenue drops 14.5% year on year. Switch to a pure play company has led to a very eventful first half year. Yeah, I think that I saw everything kinda irrelevant there. Net revenue down 14%, gross profit down 31%, gross margin 79.4%. Everything's down, man. The corp is suffering. Techland, the shorter standalones like Dying Light the Beast are the future of games. Franchise director Timon Smictala explains why the new title isn't DLC, Dying Light 3 or current gen exclusive. Damn son. Your most dedicated players, the ones who would have been most interested in the DLC, would probably have seen the leak, so they would have the game spoiled for them. We did like a week-long meeting at our studio trying to discuss what we can do with this, and one idea was what if we could get a new project based on some of the ideas from the DLC, but then treat it as a new one. I really feel like we are 10 years younger. Damn son. Bringing back Kyle Crane, protagonist from the original Dying Light, continuing his story after a decade of torture and experiments. Giving him beast-like powers. Damn son. I have different plans for Dying Light 3. I already see the future of the series. I wasn't part of that the Beast wasn't part of that bigger plan, really. Because we got so into it, so passionate about it, that's that. Beast is definitely more compact than a AAA big budget game. I'm likening it to a double espresso. It might not be as big as an Americano, but it also doesn't have as much water and just more of what counts, what's important. Part of the gradual trend with the AAA games, yeah, more distilled ones like Mirage. First one's perspective of the player. I understand that for many players there is a fascination about the number of hours the game offers, but then as a player gets older, as the world around gets more and more intense, and as we have lots of things that steal our attention, if you have a game that you have to play for 50 or 100 hours to complete, it's really difficult to find time for that, right? True. Let's see, 500 SC. Pissed about the DLC there. For me personally, it started changing around the time of Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey. They were so long. I'm a super hardcore dedicated Assassin's Creed fan. But when I realized I have played Odyssey for 100 hours and I've not even finished it, with real life happening around you, it's very, very hard to get that commitment. True. A Beast has been designed to last around 20 hours. Which is the sweet spot between too short and too long and ensures the game doesn't overstay its welcome. But how about all this like live service stuff that they pump in their games now in Dying Light 2 and everything with all the events and other stuff? How will that go? You don't play a game to complete it, right? I mean, it kinda depends though. It depends. I do like completing it, for sure. Not the age of MMOs. No, MMOs are fine. It's just like the thing is like they like a lot of games need to compete with MMOs and live services now. There's just like not enough time for that. It's not like no one's gonna be making the long big games. Yeah, there's gonna be plenty of those. Still gonna be plenty of those. Feel super sad when the game you love is ending. Happens. I know the feel. Let me get some water, 1 sec. There we go. But yeah, I do agree. When you get invested in the game and it's ending, it is kind of sad. But still nice though. Still nice to get, you know, some closure on that. Kind of depends on the game though, for sure. But I do kind of prefer finishing them. I either like don't even commit too much, or if I did commit, then I try to kind of finish already. But yeah, they can say too short not too long without taking a price. True, maybe they will drop some, we'll see. Developer perspective, some of the problems that the industry faces right now is that games get bigger and bigger, have bigger budget and get more time to produce. They have 500 people working on a game for 5 years, and in the end it might actually not be that successful. So for developers, I think there is also some kind of an allure in spending less time, less money, less people on creating something that players will like. It gives you those shorter development cycles, and also the ability to try different things. Some kind of inertia in the industry and that obsession about the number of hours a game can offer. True. It's actually something that we'll see more of, because the industry will see this as another way they can offer meaningful interactive entertainment to players. Might be a part of the future of games in general. Nah, nothing about the price seems like though. Seems like it. What do they have? Bring Dying Light the Beast to the previous generation of consoles. Oh, I see. Unusual for developers to continue bringing titles to platforms 4 years after successors have launched. Developers, you always want to work with the best tech because that allows you to do more with the game. And not just the fidelity of the graphics, but also complexity of AI behaviors. Not many people understand that if you want to make AI that's smart and responsive, and not based on some tricks, it actually costs a lot in terms of GPU and CPU. And modern tech allows you to do more of that. But you also want to reach as many players as possible. Dying Light, the situation was even more different because a lot of the Ultimate Edition owners who received the Beast for free in lieu of the cancelled DLC are on the last gen. We didn't want to abandon them. Let's see, that's pretty nice. So they did no DLC, standalone, but they still gonna receive it for free. That's pretty nice of them. And also even on the last gen because of that. That's good. Exclusive. Arena Breakout Infinite to feature first ever AI that can understand you speaking. Damn, son, you don't even need the teammates anymore. The innovative AI solution known as Focul stands for first ever AI companion who understands human language. Damn, son. Recognize up to 17,000 in-game items, such as building, weapons, landmarks, and as team said, even blades of grass. Use adaptive dynamic modal to issue commands to these AI companions, ordering them as though they were talking to teammates. There it is, man. Just a tech demo, not a major concern at this stage. Secondly, all large language models, not just in-game ones, face similar issues. What sets us apart is our utilization of AI and large language models in a specific gaming scenario. But therefore, in terms of data privacy concerns, it won't be a more significant issue compared to other AI and GPTs. If one day we do implement this technology into our game, we will ensure that it complies with the data and privacy protection laws and regulations of each country. No, this seems more advanced though, see, since it's gonna understand a bunch of stuff and locations. Phil Spencer on why Indiana Jones is coming to PS5. Well, there it is. Franchise is getting stronger. Xbox console players are as high this year as they've ever been. Damn. The console players getting high. So I look at it and say, okay, our players' numbers are going up with the console platform. Franchises are as strong as they've ever been. And run a business, definitely true inside of Microsoft. The bar is high for us in terms of the delivery we have to give back to the company, and because we get the level of support from the company that's just amazing and what we are able to go do. I look at this, how we can make our games as strong as possible. Our platform continues to grow, console, PC, and on cloud. I think it's just going to be a strategy that works for us. The last thing I'll say is that the industry right now, there is a lot of pressure on the industry. I've been growing for a long time and now people are looking for ways to grow. Us as fans, as players of games, we just have to anticipate that there is going to be more change in how some of the traditional ways that games were built and distributed. That's going to change. Going to change for all of us, but the end result has to be better games that more people can play. If we are not focused on that, I think we're focused on the wrong things. So for us as the Xbox, health of our platform and our growing games, most important things. So he still didn't really say anything about why and stuff. Nice title, nice interview, dude. Yeah, many words, no meaning, dude. Dune Awakening gets 25 minutes of new gameplay. Alright, let's go. We'll check that out.
Hi everybody, and welcome
the
to this
dude
first
was
glimpse at the
awakening.
gameplay of Dune Awakening. I'm really excited to welcome you into our world, but I want to point out a couple of things. First of all, this is a beta. It's beta footage, so you'll see bugs and you'll see things that need polish still. And secondly, our tutorialization is still a work in progress. With that said, let's get into it. The start of the game, Dune Awakening, begins off-world on this large spaceship.
Show yourself, child.
It is here, in the presence of the Reverend Mother, the character creation begins. Now the first thing you'll do is choose your preset avatar. Some of these are heavily inspired by the Denis Villeneuve movies. Once you've chosen a base visual look, you can then move into the depths of character creation and make choices about how your character feels, both in terms of age, but also
all this is
you can
about
choose the muscle tone of your character.
Yeah,
from
like
height,
most of the video
thickness,
is gonna be
leg
about
thickness,
this stuff.
neck length.
There's the cork size. That's the important stuff.
Once you finish your character, you choose your name and enter the world. And once you've customized the avatar that you want to play in the game,
Have they told you
well, then we
what I
move into
am?
the second phase of character creation.
Then I will sift your words for lies. Let's begin. Where were you born?
The second phase of character creation
A world
Okay, Trey's
where
there.
you-
Alright.
as a person who may or may not know anything about Dune, get to make choices about who you were before the game starts. Where you come from,
bad
what
advice.
caste you belong
make a
to
bad
in the Dune
deal.
universe, and of
be
course,
close to
perhaps
power
most
is to
importantly,
walk the
who your
dice.
mentor was.
Who was your mentor?
Your mentor determines your starting set of skills when you enter the game.
You must have been very young. The mind must be prepared or the training does not take. The test is almost complete. Have you spoken truth? Come here. Kneel. Put your hand in the box.
There's gonna be a litany against fear.
I hold at your neck the Gonjabar, the high-handed enemy. Don't pull away or you will die. Great plots are afoot in the Imperium, and the currents of intrigue run deeply. Arrakis is the key, and the Fremen are missing. You will go to Arrakis as our agent, prisoner. You have one task. Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper. You will know when it is done.
Find the Fremen.
Now we're going to jump ahead a little bit in the story here, skipping past several events just to sort of get into the early new player experience of the game. And you'll see that the player, after various shenanigans, wakes up here in a cave. And as we sort of look around the cave, we'll notice that it's filled with Fremen and the remnants of, you know, this ancient culture.
Probably, Steve, probably.
So now as the player takes their first steps in the world, they're really here amongst the dead. And so the first question they should be asking is, what happened here? Who are these people? And, you know, this is just a place where we give players a little bit of time to adjust their settings, get a feel for the movement keys, and then move forward into the cave. And they'll stumble upon their first major interaction point, which is the Frem Kit. The Frem Kit in our game serves as both a backpack for the player, of course, but also really a guide. The Fremen used to pack these with interesting objects that they could use to survive in the desert, and it's no different from the player. So here they begin their first crafting experience, crafting a small scrap knife out of metal that was in the Frem Kit. These caves have been moisture sealed in order to preserve the moisture of those within the cave, and so the player, as they explore, will be able to use their scrap metal knife to pierce the seals and escape. So really this entire area, built using Unreal Engine 5,
farm the resources from
it's
that.
just to sort
That's
of
good.
get the player and ease them into the path. A lot of survival games have very abrupt, very harsh beginnings, and we tried to, you know, make the experience of joining Dune Awakening just a little easier, just give people a little bit of a feel for the world before we really toss them out into the harshness that is the desert of Arrakis. So here we've crafted a heal kit, and we're going to use that to heal our character. And once we're healed, you'll see that our stamina bar in the bottom left appears. And now that we have stamina, we can climb.
The huge hole in the roof, yeah.
The climbing system in Dune
Row.
Awakening is based in part on the one that we built.
The
for
famous
Burn Exiles.
microstarter,
It's a
yeah.
free-form climbing system. It can be used to climb
Freeform.
almost anywhere. And as you'll
Okay.
see later, the new technology available in Dune Awakening, such as suspensor belts, allows us to do even more interesting things with traversal.
So no yellow paint climbing then.
So once we've finished that first little section, we're jumping ahead. We're going straight into the harsh real world of Arrakis. And here are your first steps on Arrakis. Your ornithopter has crashed, and you've got to escape from the crash site immediately, because the sandworm always comes.
It's fucking coming.
And what you have to keep in mind is, these are the little ones. So these are the first sandworms you encounter in the game. There's bigger ones later on. The other thing that you have to pay attention to as a player is sunstroke and heat. So if you see in the top middle of the UI here, we've got this sunstroke bar building up. The longer you stay in the sunlight, the more chance you have of getting into this sunstroke state. And of course, our player here, not the sharpest knife in the drawer, has decided to stay in the sun and try harvesting water from plants. So he has become sunstroked. Sunstroke
was
gives you a
that?
debuff. It means that your water goes down much faster than it normally would. That means you'll need to drink more often. So stick to the shadows, avoid the sun. It will eventually wear off if you stay in shade long enough. So now that we've made our way out of the
Proceeds
first
to
part of the
collect
desert,
rocks.
and we're
That's
heading
how you
deeper
play
in,
it.
we're going to start to harvest in the game world. So harvesting in a lot of these survival games is quite similar. In this case, we're picking up items, but we're about to pull out what's known as the cut array. And what we do with the cut array is we analyze structures to find their weak points, and then we cut along those lines to break open the structures and gain the resources inside. This is like mining. We apply it both to rocks, we apply it to metals in the game world. And at the start of the game as a player, you'll just be scrounging around, picking up, finding structural weak points in rocks that you can harvest, breaking them apart, and taking those pieces with you. Now we've jumped ahead a little bit, and we see that the player is starting to be affected by the spice in the air. And this means that players need to get somewhere safe, in shelter, before the spice overwhelms them and overwhelms their senses. And this is another large part of the game. We're not going to show too much of it today, but spice is a very important part.
Sunscreen. That is about the overheating,
With
the
the world
sunstroke.
broken apart by the War of Assassins, there are NPC bases scattered all over Arrakis. We're switching to a different character now, one who's slightly more advanced, and he's using his binoculars to mark an
Harkonnen boys
NPC
there.
outpost. I'm going to mark that. That marker will then appear on our compass, and you're able to approach them in any way you like. In this case, our character uses a Shigawire Claw combined with a Suspensor Belt to get up to high ground and approach the enemy base from above. Kind of one of the interesting things about Dune Awakening is just how you can combine the different abilities. And this is how traversal really plays into the game. Like, you end up being able to attack these bases from any angle that you'd like. Now, our player is going to craft the first gun in the game, known as a Mauler pistol, which translates to, you know, the basic kind of weapon in the game. As you may know, in Dune, bullets are not the preferred type of ammunition. Instead, it's darts, which are fired at a slower rate in order to try and attempt to pierce shields. Now, this early in the game, enemies don't really have shields, so the player is going to sneak into the base from above and use a combination of their early abilities. In this case, dropping out a grenade, then sneaking around the corner, and beginning to get into NPCs head-on. Now, troopers are the basic shock troops of the universe, and their ability trees reflect that. Grenades, Shigawire Claws for moving around, and of course,
A darts?
they're
Well,
able
not as
to take down
ammunition.
people with headshots.
What kind of like hunter
You
seeker,
can see
for example?
how Suspensor belts really allow you to change your approach to combat. Dune Awakening is at heart a third-person shooter with melee and abilities. And it's the combination of melee, abilities, and range shooting that creates what we call combined arms in the game.
Yeah,
Now, we've taken
animations
a
are
fair bit
full
of damage
MMO
in
mode.
this battle.
The
So we're gonna stop
animations
for a
in
second
combat
to
is
heal
very
ourselves up with
MMO.
bandage. Bandages heal over time, so you can't just heal yourself to 100%. You have to actually get into safety, get behind cover before you start using them. Now we're going to quickly switch to a slightly different character to show off more of the melee that we have in the game, because you're about to see that when a character gets in close, it's melee time. This character has Swordmaster abilities. First of all, the knee charge, which is about getting in close to do damage in combat, and then quickly setting up to a riposte,
Guns bad with
which allows
shields.
you to parry and return massive amounts of damage. to
Lasers
your enemy.
are super
Of course,
bad with
later in the
shields.
game, when enemies have shields, melee is a much more emphasized style of combat.
Okay, I see.
And you see that when a player is not really equipped to handle ranged characters, they have to fall back on their abilities to get in close. Now, we've switched again. Now we're going to switch to a set of Mentat abilities. One of these abilities is known as Battlefield Calculation. Using Battlefield Calculation, the Mentat is able to calculate from anybody that they see what they're carrying and what they're wearing. Now we've dropped out our Hunter Seeker,
Berserker, alright.
and we're using our Hunter Seeker ability to take down enemies in the world really quickly.
You hear that?
Now obviously when you're playing with a friend, you want to combine your abilities and work together. In this case, the Mentat's able to point out to their friend where people are in the world and how much ammo and stuff they have. And you'll see that when enemies go down sometimes, they go into a down but not out state. It's up to you whether you execute them or continue to fight.
What does that do? Why wouldn't you execute them there? The NPCs?
After a quick reload, it's back into the battle with our friend coming from above and throwing out one more.
Yeah, it's not gonna
grenade.
be like super giga huge world, I think. I think it's gonna be like servers with like some amount of people, but I don't remember the amount. So not like session, but yeah, it's not gonna be like, you know, like
once you've
10,000
defeated your
people in
enemies
one
in
world.
battle, Sometimes you just got to take their blood. In order to get water, the player's going to have to craft themselves this blood sack and this blood extractor and use it to harvest blood from their fallen enemies.
So will you need
Now,
also kind of like on
in-
top of
in our
looting,
game, it's not
suction
always a good thing.
everybody?
To just take blood from people. It's potentially bad and can only be used for certain things. Once you've extracted the blood, You can then, of course, drink it, as you'll see here. The player takes a big sip from their blood bag. But when they do that, it causes a debuff because the blood is not exactly pure, and drinking blood for water is not exactly a one-to-one scenario. So you'll see that our health bar got shorter while our water bar went up. And so being a blood drinker is not always looked upon in the right way.
Damn, I can cosplay as a vampire there.
Of course, once you've played the game for a little while, you'll start wanting to build your own base. And the first part of that is placing down what we call a sub-fief console. A sub-fief console allows you to claim a small part of Arrakis as
That's
your
like
own.
the 76
But
style
it does
data.
in turn mean that you'll start to owe taxes to the Emperor. So here we are with our building system. And you can see that we have two types of building here. We have the holograms, which show in the beginning. I call them Solido projections internally. And we have the way that you fill in, which is by holding down the mouse button in this case. So the cool thing about this is it allows us to have this cooperative building system. So you'll see that one player places out the Solido projections and the other player fills them in with the materials from their inventory. This is just a way that lets people play together and build together in an interesting and exciting way. We've seen through our experience with Conan
Didn't
Exiles
show much of that melee
that some
indeed,
people
eh?
just love to build in these games. So we've created a system called the Blueprint Building System that allows players to save a copy of their base as one of these giant
The speed of projectiles, I
holographics.
think,
Then
just
they can
it
take them out
basically
into
just
the
like
world
doesn't
and
go
place them out
through
wherever
the
they
shields
like,
if it's too
and
fast.
then rebuild.
But if it's the laser,
And
then
we
it
have another system
causes
in
the
game which allows you to
explosion.
take these, big architectural designs of your buildings and sell them to other players on the exchange.
Like, why would you like
Once
buy
again,
the
this is a way to
architecture
quickly move
design?
your base around the world. If you've got a
Just
design you like,
build
you
your
don't
own
have to,
fucking gulag, man.
throw it
Who
out
cares?
immediately. And it allows you to create these interesting masterpieces. It also, as you can see here, allows you to, if you're not artistically minded and you don't like building big bases, you can buy them from other players.
That sounds weird. I don't know, just build your like squares.
Once you finish
Who
crafting
cares?
a base, you want to fill it with all kinds of machines, fabricators, and refineries. And of course, harkening back to the blood extraction we just did, we've got the blood purifier. So what we want to do is take the blood from our blood sac and deposit it into the blood purifier, and over time it will refine into lovely fresh water, which can then extract into our liter-johns and carry with us out into the desert. While there's many varieties of fabricators that you can use to craft things in the game, one of the most exciting things is crafting yourself a vehicle. So we're opening the technology menu, and from here we're able to purchase the design for a sandbike. A sandbike is one of the early vehicles available to players in the game, and you can kit it out with different types of modules, including an extra seat, which allows you to bring your friends with you. So in this menu you can see we're fabricating ourselves a sandbike, and all the different parts of the sandbike have to be fabricated individually. So the player is going into the menu here, they're crafting different things which will make up their sandbike. And as you can see, it prints out in this kind of 3D printer type way, where all the materials are turned into these particles which then come together to form the different pieces of the sandbike. And you can see it's sort of all happening in the background here. And if we go out into the world view, you can actually see the pieces forming up inside the fabricator. So a base with lots of these fabricators going is actually pretty cool and pretty busy. Once we've done, we jump back in, we pull things out of the queue, chuck them into our inventory, and then we use the welding tool to place out vehicle pieces. Now again, this is a cooperative activity. We've thought about multiplayer, so any other player could be working with you to place modules and pieces of this bike. And so we're going to assemble this bike, but of course when you work on larger vehicles and your friends are with you, you'll be able to work together to craft big things like transport ornithopters or sand crawlers. And so we're going to add the body to this, and we're going to add an extra seat just in case we want to bring our friend with us out into the world. Once the bike's been assembled and fueled up, you jump on and you can head out to explore the greater areas of Arrakis.
I wouldn't actually go like that deep in the sand, to be honest. Or would it?
Heading out into the world to explore can be a dangerous experience. And as you explore the universe, you'll find certain dynamic events will occur. In this case, the War of Assassins has claimed a new victim, a ship which falls from the sky, spilling its loot all over the sand. So we head out there to see what we can get, to harvest and gather as much as we can. Of course, the problem is this is extremely visible to everybody in the nearby area. So people will be able to see this. And so in a PvP area, you might suddenly find yourself coming into competition with other players. In a PvE area, you might just find other people competing with you to get to the loot first. And of course, at night time, there are different kinds of threats. Because while the heat of the day is dangerous, at night, the Sardaukar patrol this area of the desert with huge spotlights, searching for players. Now this player is over here, harvesting dew with a dew reaper, sucking the water off the surface of these plants. And they've been captured and seen by the Sardaukar. And the Sardaukar send down troops who come floating down out of the sky to attack and destroy the players.
Sardaukar should be OP, dude.
Now, of course, as mentioned, traveling on the surface at any time risks drawing a sandworm. But there are certain things which we've created to draw players out of their comfort zones. So in this case, there's a special type of sand here on the surface, known as flower sand. Flower sand, according to the books, is the softest kind of sand, and players can use it to refine it into a variety of different materials that they need for crafting. So,
It seems like it's some sort of like end game stuff, looks like.
Sand. But
And that's where the melee also becomes more effective,
because
apparently.
as you harvest, you risk drawing the attention of the sandworm. We've awoken the beast. The sandworm is coming. We spent too much time out here, and it's coming to get us. Now you can see in the middle of the screen the indicator showing us that the sandworm is angry, and it's coming after us. And our only option now is to get back to rocky ground, or the sandworm's going to take us. I don't know how those guys survived that, but somehow they managed to get to the safety of the rock island. Once you've crafted your first ornithopter, you'll be able to take to the air and your entire perspective of the world shifts. From here, it'll make traversing the world a lot safer because you can avoid the sandworms. It'll also help you to go out into the larger world of Arrakis. Here we are in the overland map, and we're going to make our way south until we find the place known as Harko Village. Harko Village is the current seat of the Harkonnen, after their city, Carthag, was destroyed in a nuclear explosion during the War of Assassins. There's more details like that in the lore of the game for players to discover and explore. So we're going to land at Harko, and we're going to explore the social space. Once you arrive in Harko Village, you'll be able to meet up with other players, interact with them, trade, and create guilds. The game has a variety of social interaction mechanics, from emotes to grouping to a chat. Throughout Harko Village, you'll also interact with story characters, follow the main story. You'll be able to meet vendors who will sell you exotic items.
They let you live. That is interesting.
You'll be able to get a feel for how the factions are viewed in the world, and of course, you'll be able
Pick
to
the
swear
monster, yeah, a
allegiance
little.
to one of the major factions, the Harkonnen or the Atreides. Swear your guild's allegiance and begin to take parts in the politics of the Imperium.
Okay, there's gonna be some mass PvP maybe.
Once you've grouped up with friends, you should go out into the world and find desert Imperial
Like
testing
faction-based.
stations. These are dungeon-like experiences, which you and your friends can work through together. So here we are landing our various ornithopters outside of one of the desert testing stations, and we're going to head in as a group. Now it's really
90% will
important
go
to
Harkonnen
prepare
probably.
different skills and abilities. These areas tend to be more of a challenge, and it's great to work together to complement each other. So this is the skill tree. Here you can equip different types of abilities and techniques. We have 3 slots for abilities, and 3 slots for techniques. And there are multiple different trees depending on the type of trainers that you've interacted with in the world. So our character here is going to equip a series of abilities that complements the rest of their group. In this case, Swordmaster techniques. Alright, so we're heading in, and of course you can use dispenser belts to traverse, as you'd expect. And we're going to explore this Imperial testing lab.
You've entered Desert Botanical Testing Station number 163. I'm Dr. Wen Olmeca, Senior Plant Geneticist here at the station.
Testing stations have storylines, as well as enemies to fight and loot to be found. So you really want to go in here and enjoy the experience. Playing through with friends, working together, using different weapons and trying out different techniques. Now this player has placed out a portable cover. It's a different ability to what we've seen before. And you see that the enemies here have shields.
But they're still shooting them, no problem though.
Using the flamethrower, it's easy to get through a shield because you can burn the air around them.
But the rest have
Of
no
course, our
problem shooting
characters are a
though.
little higher level than they were in the start of this video. So you're able to see that, yeah, we can take people down a little more easily. And of course, when you get to the end of these areas, you find these really cool loot chests. And in these loot chests, you find specialized components that are used for crafting exotic weapons and items. The end game of Dune Awakening takes place in the deep desert. Giant spice blows will happen, drawing players from all around to try and harvest the spice as quickly as possible. You want to get there first, and you want to try and take as much spice as you can before an enemy guild shows up to try and take it away from you. Now, of course, if you're clever and you start to lose the battle, you might place out a thumper, and that limits the time in which people are able to take spice, because then the big worm is going to show up. I hope you've enjoyed this brief glimpse at the gameplay of Dune Awakening, and we're really excited to have you join us when the game releases.
I mean, it's basically like Fallout 76, but on spice, basically, you know. I know what I mean. And as someone who enjoys Fallout 76, I mean, I actually don't mind. Well, to be honest, comparing to Fallout 76, I can see already like things that will be better. Active abilities, POG. That is POG in my book. Not just shooting or meleeing. Different classes, kind of like more MMO approach. Vehicles, that is a huge POG. Don't have any on that in 76, for example. Flying vehicles included, of course. And the survival seems like, you know, like the actual survival. So we're gonna have the hydration. I don't know about food, actually. I assume. But at least hydration is a thing. A lot of hazards. The environmental ones, right? The worms. Sun, temperature. Maybe there'll be some like sandstorms and everything going on too, I guess. That is good. The only thing that is kind of like maybe not as POG, like what 76 has really good is a loot system. So we'll see how loot and gear system will be here, because I think that is a huge part of why 76 actually is like floating and alive, you know. So we'll see how that will go. And in game how it's gonna go, because it's at guilds. If it's just guilds coming to harvest spice, that's kind of worse, because that means it's gonna be like a really guild-centered PvP-ness, which in many of those games ends up being kind of bad. Like either join some of the top guilds, which will require you to like, you know, schedule and all that stuff basically and be like super try hard, or you basically just don't do endgame because you're gonna get destroyed every time. It would be cool if there would be, like, on PvE servers or something, for example, there would be... well, I guess it's kind of wrong for PvE. PvE servers probably would have special PvP zones anyway, I assume. If it would be faction-centered. So it's not gonna be like guild farming that spice and another guild's coming to get them, but it's gonna be, you know, like Harkonnen farming or Atreides farming, and then like people join and duke it out together. That would be fine. That I would actually like. So it's gonna be kinda massive, anyone can join, you know, that would be good. But yeah, we'll see about the prices and stuff. A video was the one they showed in the exclusive stream, but a different narrator. Alright, let's see. I mean, it did repeat a lot of content, that's for sure. It's around King City 2 SNO, I see. Well, that will be something to play for a while, I would say. So, we'll see. WoW stuff, I don't have that actually. I don't think I am. I don't think I do. Is it another? Did you drop it in Discord somewhere? I could scroll through it real quick just because it's already kind of going too late. Already going a little late, running a little late. But I could check some. I just posted there if needed them, and I can. Warhorse Studios unveils Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 Collector's Edition. Gold Edition includes expansion pass, Henry and Bibble statue, Tavil Vinches, Allies of Gutenberg exclusive cloth map, Coast of Valor NML pin set, King's Rebels collectible card set, a Letter of Hope, Gallant Huntsman's kit, digital bonus. The collectible cards. Do you need to buy multiple collector's editions to get all the collectible cards? I wonder. Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. It looks alright. Sea of Thieves has sold over 1 million copies on PS5, report claims. Well, there's the you know, the multi-platform stuff. Cross-million sale on PlayStation since its launch over there, and is most likely higher still since this information came to me. No, see, so I see. A Monster Hunter Wilds frame rate could be limited to 30 FPS on consoles, rumors claim. Damn, son. Demo was on PS5, didn't run at 60 FPS, but felt like a stable 30. There it is. For what is worth, Dragon's Dogma 2 was 30 FPS during demos. Well, I mean, I don't know if it got way better. And no response. That kind of starts meaning already, you know, that the Pro Edition is coming probably or something soon. Oh, guys, you know, we can't handle that 30 FPS now. Here is the PS5 Pro. How much would it be, I wonder? Like $700 or something. Callisto Protocol for free on Epic. Damn, son. At no cost. Can claim it between now and August 29th. There it is, man. You can enjoy the actual first quadruple A game before it was cool, before Skull and Bones. A WoW doesn't need 60 FPS mode, says Obsidian. Man. 30 FPS was the target FPS from the start of development. Since the game is a first-person single-player game, you don't need a 60 FPS mode. It could be 30 FPS locked on Xbox. Dude, like, why are they even like trying to cope with that all the time? Like, I don't get it, man. Don't necessarily need 60 FPS. Targeting 30 FPS allows Obsidian to bring better visuals to the table, as they could get a lot juicier with the effects. The lighting, yeah, it's a trade-off. Alright, I see. Still figuring out the performance stuff, as that is one of the last things you do. Yeah, we saw it in past years, and that everyone is doing it at the very last time, and that's why we get like fucking hot piles of shit that barely run. Bro. Why are they doing all this like copium every time with the FPS? Like you can't say, I guess, that well, yeah, Xbox like Series S sucks and everything, so we're kind of aiming for 30 FPS and that's it. Or in general, you know, the Xbox kind of like can't handle 60, so yeah, we aimed at 30. They can't say that because Microsoft, right? But like at least just like don't even try to like justify that. Just go with like, I don't know, like, well, we're trying. We're trying to make higher, we're trying to get higher, but yeah, 30 gonna be stable, guys, and it's gonna look good, and that's it. All this, like, you don't even need 60, man. 30 is good, like, stop with that. We're already hearing it for years. Black Myth Wukong has already sold 10 million copies. There it is. And that was already August 23rd. So in 3 days they got 10 mil. Not bad. Not bad. After all the genres that don't need 60 FPS first-person shooter and action game, definitely not one of them. Yep, I think so. You do get used to higher frame rates so fast. That's why I like never even got like the screens, the monitors, and the higher FPS. I just don't like. You can't stream higher FPS on Twitch anyway. So like I go with 60 and that's it. Good enough for me, man. And nice, so nice. Black Myth Wukong is reportedly boosting PS5 sales in China. PS5 stock selling out in China. Damn, son. And Huaqiangbei in Shenzhen, world's largest electronic market, it is now clear that sales are extraordinarily high, driven by Wukong. Insane. Gamescom 2024 award winners. Best trailer, Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't even remember what they showed there, dude, really. A best of show floor, a winner Microsoft, Xbox, Bethesda, Blizzard. Well, they probably had like some mega booth there with a lot of shit, so I'm not even surprised. Visuals, winner Little Nightmares 3. Crimson Desert, Dune Awakening. Yeah, that totally not the good visuals, dude. Fire of the Ants. Who? Star Wars Outlaws. I mean, look, if you go just by graphical fidelity, I think Crimson Desert would be kind of good, though. But, I mean, that's nice, I guess. Audio, Little Nightmares 3 also. Alright, there was 9 stores there, huh? A gameplay, a winner, Frostpunk 2. Damn, not going to the PvKK. Come on, dude. It's clearly superior gameplay there. A most entertaining, Monster Hunter Wilds. More anamorphic games, never know. Most epic, Monster Hunter Wilds. Damn, son. Best PlayStation game, Monster Hunter Wilds. Best Xbox game, Little Nightmares. Best PC game, A Kingdom Come to Deliverance. That makes sense. A mobile game, Genshin Impact. Damn, at least they want something there. Games for Impact, Reaches Evolve, Most Wholesome Tavern Talk. I see. Is it like only stuff from like that was represented in the convention? Kinda not sure, I guess. Yeah, the Reanimal is not there even. I don't know. I feel it's like it's only the stuff that had like booths at the convention or something, probably. Maybe even like some people on the convention were voting. I'm not so sure. Didn't explain really. Valve finally released Deadlock on Steam, but you still can't get easy access. But you can from your friends. So if you're still looking for some and don't have any friends, can ask in chat. Peeps will maybe hook you up then. I already had peeps in Discord hooking each other up. Timons McTala on supporting Dying Light 2 until 2027. That was probably the one interview that we basically read about the Beast. And yeah, looks like they're supporting Dying Light 2 until 2027. Insane. Will take 100 hours to fully complete Stalker 2. Expansiveness of the game, stressing that it'll take 100 hours to fully complete the game. All by hand. The game is huge. That'll take average player around 100 hours. Team used almost no procedural generation to create the massive in-game map, which incorporates areas in and around Chernobyl, a Pripyat town known as the Zone. Everything you see in the game was actually touched by a human hand. Hands of our talented level designers, level artists, team designers, and so on. And you'll not notice two exact buildings or two exact rooms with the same placement of the same props or meshes or something like that. Every player that is playing Stalker 2 will get their story. The adult Dark Souls? The son, a boy. What's adult about it? What's Dark Souls about it? Sony has launched Sodium, kind of like Copium, a blockchain to get closer to Web3 devs. And yeah, that's so everyone who thinks NFTs and blockchain is dead and stuff. Yeah, dude. But the tech is not dead. The tech is there still. Aims to create a world where Web3 use cases are a part of daily life. Damn, son. Ecosystem that will one day facilitate Web3 game creation interactions with NFT marketplaces and entertainment-related services. Tech Titan said extensive array of tools and environments will be provided to developers leaning to Sonium. They'll be accessible, cost-effective, user-friendly, and soon test environment will be set up for those eager to piece together applications that rely on the Sodium blockchain. Very significant developments. Development of a comprehensive Web3 solution based on blockchain is very significant to the Sony Group, which has developed a wide variety of business under the purpose of fill the world with emotion through the power of creativity and technology. It will work to create diverse businesses and new use cases with the aim of delivering customer value that can only be enjoyed through Web3 technology to as many users as possible and making people's lives richer and more colorful. There it is, man. There's your NFTs. Still alive and kicking. Alright, one sec. Let me catch up with that stuff from the Discord too. Get ya all. Alright, about demo gameplay. Open. Doesn't say nods. There's IGN, I see. Well, we can go through at least like all the stuff you guys are not pogging about, because yeah, I see there's a bunch of yapping going on, I guess. Alright, what else was there? This. This. Alright, that we saw, that we read. Yeah, PC, Final Fantasy we had. Oh yeah, the Broken Sword, the PC, a remaster, reforged in September. The 4K resolution and stuff. Insane, Alright, and rest I think we had. So yeah, for all the boomers, the Broken Sword will be back. Alright, let's go. A prominent accessibility advocate, worked with studios and inspired change, but she never actually existed. 2019 Games accessibility community mourned the death of Susan Banks. Now evidence suggests she may have never existed to begin with. That actually like reminds me of this like some fiesta kind of recently, where there was like some sort of like researcher on something or whatever. I don't remember. That it is like everywhere in some articles, prominent with like the pictures and everything. And then people started digging and they couldn't find like any tracks basically. And then yeah, then it was like kind of like some very elaborate like AI improved, you know, ploy, because like pictures generated and stuff instantly whenever the people were looking for it. That was quite something. That was quite something. But actually, I think the live stream fails. It was. You think like Destiny or someone was looking in some like another political stuff or whatever. And yeah, someone was like telling him about some researcher and that, and while they were looking into it, there were like new pictures and everything, and then just to realize that potentially that person actually never was a thing. But with the era of GPT and stuff, we're gonna have a whole bunch of that stuff, I would assume. So they pretty much just made up all that stuff. Made up the person profiting from alleged lives. How the GoFundMe did and stuff. I see. Then what exactly was the conclusion of that? And this one's going ham here, holy. The whole research there. They managed to still find out. There's gonna be a lot of that stuff. And the GPT to make photos, to make some like scientific works up and everything. You can go ham. You can go ham, man. Consistently supported and everything for 10 years. What a time to be alive. Now they're supposed to TLDR. The guy invented a 1 but 3 non-white disabled deaf queer mental illness suffering partners to advocate for accessibility in games. Created awards, won awards, became big players in the accessibility space. When IGN reached out to the guy before publishing a piece, he pleaded not to publish it and then began deleting and erasing his online footprint. Damn son. And dude ended up just farming that in the end, that looks like, with some fundraisers and stuff. I see how it is. The end game. At the end game, dude. Did some good, but also scam. Well, yeah, but like with fundraisers and stuff, yep. That's a scammers, man. PlayStation's Concord did not break 700 players on Steam on launch day. So yeah, like Skull and Bones Steam release actually did better. Golem release did better, apparently. So yeah. Not very pog, dude. Not very pog. The hero shooters live services, man, and for $40 also, like why? So yeah, that was I hope there will be more lessons from that stuff. I hope so. I just kind of hate that it's all kind of get co-opted by, you know, all the culture war stuff. Like, it's like, it failed because it was woke, bro. And then, yeah, then like developers and stuff also gonna go about, yeah, dude, it failed because, you know, gamers are like bad. Because they saw the woke stuff. The game is amazing and stuff. That I kind of dislike. I just like wish they would finally see already at this point that, you know, like enough of that fucking live service fiesta, man. We had enough. Think everyone at this point already had enough. Time to stop. It's time to stop. Alright. The ugly characters didn't exactly help. I mean, some look kind of alright. Some like, there's also like like a lot of people who kind of do, you know, like some like weird looking characters and everything, because you already have plenty of stuff with like the, you know, the Coomer stuff is already prevalent there in Overwatch, so that's kind of not a bad thing really, because the gameplay apparently is pretty good though and everything, right? And like the production value with all the cutscenes and stuff also decent. But like the thing is, yeah, $40 live service, like dude, miss me with that. Miss me with that. Oh wait, Secret Level also has the Concord episode. Oof, man. Oof. Now that's gonna be an interesting one, yeah. As game actors strike for AI protections, Amazon Games boss says we need more AI and it's not taking work away because for games we don't really have acting. Damn, son, what a nice guy right there. What a nice guy. Overwatch succeeded because of the porn online. I think it's like, you know, correlation causation stuff. I kind of really don't I think it's overblown, dude. Just like in those videos. I mean, sure, it's kind of like it was something to like I consumed that kind of content, but I haven't played Overwatch. Let's put it that way, you know. Let's put it that way, man. And I'm pretty sure like it doesn't really connect the dots. Exactly, you can play it and consume it, you can consume it and not play it, you know, so not necessarily. A majority of the team sits in programming, and that's not going to go away because that's all about innovation. Hope the AI can speed up the development process, which can take like 5 years per game among AAA studios. Streamline process so hand-done work will go fast. Ideally, we can get it down to 3 years so we can iterate more, which then will bring the budget down a little bit. Then asked about thoughts on the current AI-focused strike. I mean, I got to be careful what is here because we're a big company and have to deal with all those organizations, so I don't really want to get in the middle of it. But when we talk about AI, first of all, hopefully it will help us to have new gameplay ideas, which has nothing to do with taking work away from anyone, and especially for games we don't really have acting. Majority of the team sits in programming, and that's not going to go away because that's all about innovation. If it takes something, it will be really at the boring parts. No acting there, dude. But voice acting. AI will help make localization go faster too. Super helpful in localization. Like, it will for sure, but you will need to proofread that shit like crazy, man. Like, I am, you know, a big user of AI translations nowadays, and I tell you, like, you know, like, when you have, like, some, like, which one's the good examples? The thing is, like, we were, like, translating, like, in Russian for everyone to understand, obviously, right? So it's kind of, you do, like, the double translation here. But yeah, when you like look in the menu in the restaurants and there's like, you know, like fried bastard or something like that, that doesn't sound right, you know. So they should requires a lot of proofreading, and even with all the improvements, you still will need the proofreading because it's gonna like it's sometimes kind of like the same words and stuff. It can like translate differently. I don't know exactly even why and stuff. I guess like it takes some sort of context or something, and yeah, it can just like, you know, not understand exactly what it's doing, so you will need to do a lot of proofreading, and that's not gonna be like, you know, speeding it up that crazy much. It still will be easier though, for sure, because you don't need to translate it on the go. You just need to kind of proofread and correct, which I think in general is being done anyway. So like someone translates, and then there's an editor or someone a corrector who just kind of goes through it and like fixes some issues and checks everything. So it will like lower amount of steps for sure. We'll see though. Hey, Turbolist. Only heard about it when I heard about how bad it did. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they did like... Well, actually, I guess they kind of did some marketing, but yeah, it was also kind of quite late they started pushing that stuff. I feel they kind of knew what's happening, what's coming. That's why they kind of like, instead of like going for some super giga hype from far away, they just kind of like dropped it not long ago and then it just released it. I still don't understand why they did it for $40 though. Like, if it'll be free to play and stuff, that would be still, you know, salvageable somehow. But for $40, no way it competes with everything. Alright, let's go. I'm just gonna like scroll through a bunch of this
We're
stuff
so
probably.
excited to introduce you to the Dawn Treader. And in just a moment, you'll get a walkthrough from Senior.
So not gonna be like looking through all this stuff completely. Okay, there's a bunch of yupping and stuff.
To choose from. We chose Arcane Scholar because we're playing a wizard and it just felt right. But let's check the lore, tooltips, and conversation review feature.
All right.
Chris, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. All right, so on the left here we have the conversation history feature. This is going to allow us to scroll back through conversations we've already been through and just, you know, check on anything we might have missed.
I mean, it's not like some sort of like super innovative thing, but nice that it's there, I guess.
One Shining God have been highlighted. This is our lore tooltip feature. One Shining God is a reference to the god Aethys, the god of redemption, light, rebirth. He's also Sargamis's god. So here on the left side of the screen, we have a short paragraph about who Aethys is, his context, and a menu where you can select different lore tooltips. So these tooltips are helpful
Alright,
for
that's
us.
kind of like the usual, nothing good.
Campfire songs, the works.
I am familiar with the concept, tomb raiding and the like. What troubles me is why they would come here. These ruins are not so different from the many others on this island, except that they are a good deal more treacherous.
Too much reading, Sok. Too much
And
reading.
this representation of Aethys we stand before here to examine his.
Okay, all the lore and stuff we're gonna like play and see anyway. We just need the ding stuff.
Makes things out of popsicles.
Where the gameplays are, alright, that's the gameplay.
Awesome. Let's hop across this chasm.
No, let's try to read through this shit even. So like items, potions, health, companion health, I guess. Some more items, I guess. Like bombs, I assume, looks like some throwable items. Not sure if it's some. That seems like the companion skill. Looking at the icon, actually not so sure, but I think so. So this way we're gonna be using the either companion skill or companion like command, I guess, or something. The D-pads, up and down gonna be some potions, left to right gonna be some commands, I guess. And that's our skills, I assume.
Keep heading up. So we have designed about with a lot of vertical space in mind to make use of our parkour system. So it always pays when you're exploring. So have a look around and always look up. You never know what you'll find. Like this chest. Ooh, we've got an accessory and some
It's very dark.
materials. Let's open up the inventory screen.
And disable the questing here on the left, I guess, I guess.
Knight Mistress's favor. This is going to give us additional essence for standing next to our companions. Essence is what spellcasters cast their spells from. It's our...
That's the purple, I guess.
I can't remember what the word is now.
It's our resource.
It's our spell resource.
Yes.
It's our spellcasting resource, of course. So, Knight Mistress, you will have seen the attribute
Sure.
points come up in
Attributes.
conversation. We select a number of those at character creation, and then a few points here and there on level up. So we have
Okay,
put
so
a
we're
number of
leveling
points into
this
intellect
stats
because
too.
we're playing a wizard. So we want that additional essence and that elemental resistance to give us a little more survivability in combat. Look at abilities. QA's favorites.
Alright, that's abilities.
Start casting from our health when we run out of essence. So if
Yeah,
we're
you can
seeing spell
reset,
back
looks
before
like.
combat,
A respec
we don't have
abilities
to use an
also.
essence potion, we can just start using our health. It's a risky strategy, but it is very powerful. Let's look
Okay,
at
like
Grimoire
the
Mastery.
cross
All right,
classes and
Grimoire
stuff, I guess,
Mastery
also.
does
Just
a
pick,
number of things.
pick
First,
any
it
other
lets
class and
us
get
use
some.
higher level spells as we upgrade the ability. It also lets us memorize spells from our grimoires. So if you have a grimoire you really like, but you get a new one that's cool and you want to try, you can spec into some of those spells from your previous grimoire and then toss it aside and pick up your new one.
I'm
Through this tunnel full of water, so let's just have
Damn,
a swim.
that's underwater. At
As we
first,
go
like,
look for
didn't get it
destination.
even. Like, what? That's so
All right,
clean,
so
eh?
we're coming into Sargamis's old workshop. We've got some Audra there attached to some wires, a number of animancy like devices around. Yeah, so Audra is central to the universe of Pillars of Eternity, where the People, plants, animals die, their soul leaves their body, flies into the
I assume
nearest
UI
auger
might
pillar,
be...
and then goes deep into the earth
The
to
Dragon's
re-enter
Dogma
the
had that
cycle of
option too.
reincarnation.
Like you can have like different ways. Like
Can
constantly
you
have
argue with the
UI up.
results?
No, you're right.
Get the UI up only when you like, you know,
Alright,
do
so it
something
looks
UI
like we've
related, or
got
like
a
always
godless
have it up or
sigil
always have
here.
it off, maybe.
Excellent, and a essence generator there in the back. So the essence generator is going to unlock that godless sigil, but let's see what's actually being locked here. Top down in the water. All right, it's a gate. Excellent. Ooh, and there's a chest back there. I want to know what's in that chest, but
It's customizable,
I
yeah.
don't see an easy way into this room.
I can try to ram it.
What?
I'm just gonna try to ram it.
Just try to ram it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not working, so let's go back to that top level and see if there's another place we could look. Just check this area a little more thoroughly. All right, it looks like there's a breakable, or if you have a
Okay,
companion
breakable stuff
Like if I
there.
tried to ram it again.
on it. We're not going to be able to break that down with our swords, so we're going to need grenades.
Let's see, explosion
I was gonna
stuff
try to
needed.
ram it again, but I don't think you would.
With you,
Yes, it was
to use this
grenade there on
electricity. You
RB.
could use their ability too.
Nice. Good shit, man. Content, IGN.
Like, and here's
Very
the
poor
Here's
game.
the switch. Yes. You did it. All right, so the generator is running. We've got an accessory and some crafting materials.
Finally a good game there, yeah.
Let's pop open the inventory and see what we have. Band of Transcendent Suffering. So we're going to deal 10% additional
Transcendent
damage.
Suffering.
Take 10.
Yeah, I assume there's gonna be one more actually. The more you
Everybody
go
gets
through it.
some. Everybody gets some. All right, another power attack on that spider. We're building up that stun meter over time. That's going to allow us
Didn't
to do a
fuck up
special
that.
attack when the stun
No.
meter's full.
Just like his bit rate
Looks
too.
like Kai's done his companion ability, and now he's taunting that spider, drawing aggression away from us, which is very nice. And now we get that special attack.
Hit it with some electricity.
And a little bit of electricity grenades.
Back off.
Yeah, this spider is actually quite tanky there. Like throwing so much at that spider. It's just a random spider there. Yeah, just like is it level 1 even? Okay, that was level 1. This one. Yeah, maybe this one is kind of like Olga. Spider has like 2 marks there out of 3.
Everybody
Spiders love the
everybody gets
corrosive
some.
siphon.
All right, another power attack on that spider. We're building up that stun meter over time. That's going to allow us to do a special attack when the stun meter's full. Looks like Kai's done his companion ability, and now he's taunting that spider, drawing aggression away from us, which is very nice.
Yeah, so it is
Now we get that
companion
special attack.
ability, alright.
Some electricity.
And a little bit of electricity grenades.
Back off and finish it with the wand.
Awesome.
Easy.
Nice job.
Thank you.
Dual wielding the wands,
All right, let's keep moving. Ooh, it looks like we've got a blocker here, some webs in the way. Thankfully, Kai has an ability that will let us get right past that. Let's use Kai's fire starter ability.
Oh, yeah, it is still, okay.
And that should burn right away. There we go.
It's always handy to have a useful friend around.
A guy who can do tricks.
Yeah, right.
He always has a
Like-
lighter.
And you know, I'm walking
So kind
around.
of bind a
and
couple of
like,
his abilities and the rest you
it is,
use
I
through
gotta
some
get
bar,
Kai
through
called
some
Dependable. That's what we say about Kai.
circle. The circle is big though,
Alright,
I have to
so
say.
I don't see any sign of the expedition team, but what I do see are some Zorops and a water beetle. So let's join their party. Ooh,
Oh yeah,
it
these guys
looks
also
like
quite
that
tanky,
damage
looks
to
like.
The water beetle is filled up again because he's being healed by the Zorop Elder. So we're gonna need to take out that Elder right away. Yeah, burn him down with Corrosive Siphon.
Get all my health back.
Looking good. Arcane Veil's active. We're healed again. Kai's getting in the mix.
I think that part of the issue also with like a lot of things going on is like a FOV or something.
So we're dealing some accumulated
Like the
frost
screen is like
damage.
so like kind of like narrow that
Thinks he's cheeky.
it feels like there's a lot of shit going on.
Running away from us.
Did he jump up there? No. Beetle left? Yeah, the beetle's left. Little beetles.
Oh, he's so fast.
He's nimble.
There you go.
Like I usually don't really mind, but this is kind of like seems quite zoomed up.
Let's keep moving.
You didn't doubt that I was gonna die there, did you? Like,
I thought about it. So the one on the
I
left
mean, it doesn't
looks
seem
like
like
the
crazy overloaded in
lowest.
terms of
Alright, 10%
UI,
weapon damage restored as health. Ooh, but
in
I
terms of
don't
things
think
going on the screen, I guess.
Power attack. Oh, a grenade
nice.
as He jumped. Nice. That was
Like,
stylish.
with the lightning.
Very
Oh, is there one
stylish.
more?
Is there another one?
I'm being sloppy. Where'd he go? There he is.
Oh,
it's this guy.
Really,
That's why.
Oh, it's the fighter.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
We got something for him.
All right, so he's got a shield,
That wasn't
which
it.
means we're going to need to break his defense in order to deal damage to him. That's
And
why
then
Chris is using a
Kai's-
power attack here. Chris is gonna.
So in the
use
circle you have
Kai's
your
companion
abilities
ability to
and the
hit that
companion
skeleton,
abilities, alright.
And he's toast.
Inventory and
Now
character
we've got a
slots?
mini
Yeah,
boss,
yeah.
The Godless Executioner. Ooh.
Try again.
Just
try
was
again.
there.
Okay. He'll get me one day.
This guy hits hard, and he has a very get a little bit of health
There it
back.
is.
That's
Abilities. It's different. You have the different presets of weapons you use. Armor, gloves, boots. Like earring or something, I guess, and 2 rings. No pins. By the looks of it.
that sounds fun to me. Let's equip it.
You got it.
How many companions? I think it's only 1 though, wasn't it?
Pardon me, Kai?
With you.
All right.
Even though it kinda,
So I
I'm
think
not
we're
sure.
near the relic. We haven't seen the expedition. We're going to need to break his defense in order to deal damage to him. That's
Can be like
Look
more
around
odds
the
kicking in
Druid
somewhere
Embassy
here
and see if
probably.
there's anybody who wants this relic.
Could he be building a giant animat?
Answers are soul scientists. They use essence.
The moment the heart ceases beating, or when the soul is broken upon the wheel. In
How do you expect to redeem AFS?
No, it's actually kind of like full
Do
lines,
you
I guess,
carry the relic I
of what
asked
you
to
ask in
collect?
the dialogue.
I do carry it.
We do.
Excellent. The relic you have retrieved.
Oh, I'm out of breath.
Oh, this UI?
Sir, please
I do
stop.
kind of feel like the health bars maybe are kind of like, you know,
Oh,
a little work in progress still.
See? Still not a death,
Down but not
technically.
out.
But maybe not actually. They do seem kind of weird. So the quality. I guess it's because of broadcast or something too.
Let's do some
There we
frost
go.
accumulation, arcane veil, and corrosive siphon. Nice.
I will take some of the aggro.
Kai's using his companion ability. Now he's drawn the aggression. That's going to be really helpful for us.
Grenade action.
Little power
and
attack, grenade.
Boom.
And the ring.
Oh, Kai doing some work. Oh,
No,
no.
that thing, yeah.
All right, second wind is
Second
activated.
win.
We're up.
See?
Building up some good stun.
I'm a little out of breath.
Ooh.
Ooh, I'm out of breath. Sir, please stop.
Kai doing some work. Oh,
I'm
no.
okay.
All right, second wind is
Second
activated.
win.
We're up.
See? Still not a death,
Down but not
technically.
out.
Yeah, the arrow shows when you look at them.
Bristling frost activated. Let's do some
There we
frost
go.
accumulation, arcane veil, and corrosive siphon. Nice.
I will.
Perfect. That's
And
gonna
they
be
killed
really
in the
helpful
plebs
for
there.
us. Oh.
Perfect.
Perfect. Well done.
He'll put that in.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let's loot his body.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. All right. He's got a great sword.
But I
Last
mean,
light
not
of
too
day.
bad,
Can
and
you
not
put
too
that,
bad.
please?
Eh?
Of course.
I can see with the UI itself, though, I guess, yeah, it's kind of like all like, you know, floaty and
Alright.
stuff.
So that's
Which
not
I mean,
the end
maybe
of this
something
quest,
they were
but it
going
is the
for, you know,
end
like this
of
kind of
our
like
time
first-person
together. So thank you
immersion
so
thing,
much for looking at
with
Avowed.
the style
We're
of
so
UI.
excited to show this to you, and we hope
But
you
that's
play
why
it
it's kind of
on
like, you know,
February 18th. Thank you so much.
sci-fi-ish, I guess you could say, in a way.